Picture this. You're a medieval monk, and it's time for your daily meal. You sit down at a long wooden table, bow your head in prayer, and then you're served a bowl of watery porridge that tastes like wet cardboard, accompanied by bread so hard you could use it as a weapon. Welcome to dining in a medieval monastery where flavor went to die and culinary creativity was considered a sin. Tonight, we're diving deep into the surprisingly disgusting world of monastic cuisine, where monks deliberately made their food as unappetizing as possible. This isn't just about medieval cooking being primitive. This was intentional culinary torture, all in the name of spiritual devotion. I'm your host, and this is Boring History for Sleep, where we explore the mundane details of the past to help you drift off into peaceful slumber. Tonight's journey will take us through monastery kitchens, where salt was rationed like gold, where meat was forbidden for months at a time, and where the only seasoning allowed was the bitter taste of religious discipline. We'll discover why monks ate rotten fish with gratitude, how they turned perfectly good ingredients into flavorless mush, and the bizarre religious reasoning behind making every meal a test of willpower. You'll learn about the hierarchy of hunger, where different ranks of monks received different levels of culinary punishment, and how meal times became elaborate rituals of self-denial. From the dawn prayers that preceded breakfast gruel to the evening silence that accompanied their final tasteless morsel, we'll explore every aspect of monastic dining. We'll examine their peculiar relationship with bread, their suspicious attitudes toward vegetables, and their creative methods for making even water seem like an indulgence. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare to be grateful for every seasoned meal you've ever eaten, as we uncover the deliberately dreadful dining habits of medieval monasteries. Picture this. You're a monk in the year 1200, and your entire day revolves around prayer, work, and meals that would make modern prison food look like a 5-star restaurant. Medieval monasteries weren't just places of worship. They were self-contained communities where hundreds of men lived, worked, and ate together under strict religious rules that governed every aspect of their existence. The typical monastery was like a small town, complete with dormitories, workshops, libraries, and most importantly for our story, kitchens and dining halls that would determine the fate of every meal. These weren't the romantic, peaceful retreats you might imagine from movies. They were bustling, often chaotic places where the clash between spiritual ideals and basic human needs played out daily on dinner plates. Let's start with the Rule of Saint Benedict, written in the 6th century, but still governing monastic life centuries later. This document didn't just tell monks how to pray. It dictated exactly what they could eat when they could eat it, and how much they were allowed to consume. Benedict believed that controlling the body's desires, including hunger, was essential for spiritual growth. Unfortunately, this philosophy often resulted in meals that were more about suffering than sustenance. The monastic day began before dawn with the ringing of bells for matins, the first prayer service of the day. Monks would stumble from their hard beds in unheated dormitories, often in complete darkness, to spend hours chanting in Latin before the sun even appeared. By the time they finished their morning prayers, they'd already been awake for hours, and their stomachs would be growling with anticipation for the first meal of the day. But here's where things get interesting, and by interesting, I mean absolutely terrible. Most monasteries only served 2 meals per day, and during certain religious seasons, they might only serve 1. Imagine working from before dawn until after sunset on a single meal that consisted mainly of bread, watery soup, and whatever vegetables happened to be growing in the monastery garden at that particular moment. The monastery kitchen was typically a large, smoky room with massive fireplaces and crude cooking equipment. There were no thermometers, no precise measuring tools, and certainly no refrigeration. Everything was cooked over open flames or in large cauldrons that hung over fire pits. The head cook, usually called the cellarer, was responsible for feeding sometimes hundreds of monks with whatever ingredients were available, which varied dramatically based on the season, the weather, and the monastery's financial situation. Storage was a constant nightmare. Without proper preservation methods, food spoiled quickly, especially during warm months. Monasteries relied heavily on salting, smoking, and drying to preserve meat and fish, but these methods often resulted in food that was incredibly tough, oversalted, or rancid. Grain was stored in large barrels or sacks, where it frequently became infested with insects, mice, or worse. Monks regularly found themselves eating bread that crunched not from proper texture, but from the beetles and weevils that had made themselves at home in the flour. The dining hall, or refectory, was where all this culinary chaos came together. Long wooden tables filled a large room, with benches where monks sat in strict order based on their rank within the monastery. The abbot sat at a high table, while novices and younger monks occupied the least desirable spots near the kitchen, where they could smell every burnt pot and spoiled ingredient being prepared for their consumption. Meals were eaten in complete silence, while one monk read aloud from religious texts. This meant that if your soup was cold, your bread was moldy, or your meat was rancid, you couldn't complain, ask for something different, or even warn your neighbor about the particularly nasty piece of fish on his plate. You simply had to sit there, listening to scripture, and choke down whatever had been placed in front of you. The monastery's economic situation played a huge role in food quality. Wealthy monasteries might have access to better ingredients, more variety, and skilled cooks, but even they were bound by religious restrictions about what could be eaten and when. Poorer monasteries, which made up the majority, often struggled to provide even basic nutrition for their residents. Monks frequently suffered from malnutrition, scurvy, and other diet-related illnesses that would be easily preventable today. Seasonal variation made everything worse. During winter months, fresh vegetables disappeared entirely, leaving monks dependent on whatever had been preserved from the previous harvest. Root vegetables stored in cold cellars often became soft, sprouted, or developed an unpleasant taste. Preserved meats became increasingly questionable as the months wore on, but they were often the only source of protein available until spring arrived. The monastery garden was supposed to provide fresh vegetables, but medieval agricultural techniques were primitive at best. Without modern fertilizers, pest control, or selective breeding, crops were often small, tough, and not particularly flavorful. Monks spent countless hours tending these gardens, only to harvest vegetables that were barely edible even when fresh. Water quality was another major issue. Most monasteries drew their water from wells, streams, or rivers that were often contaminated with human and animal waste. Monks frequently suffered from waterborne illnesses, which made their already challenging diet even more difficult to digest. Beer and wine were considered safer alternatives to water, but the quality of these beverages was often questionable, and they were strictly rationed according to religious rules. The irony of monastic life was that while monks dedicated their lives to serving God and helping others, they often lived in conditions that were far worse than those of ordinary peasants. A farmer might have access to fresh eggs from his chickens, milk from his cow, or vegetables from his garden. But monks were bound by rules that often prevented them from enjoying such simple pleasures. Their commitment to poverty and self-denial meant that even when better food was available, they might be prohibited from eating it. This rigid system created a perfect storm for culinary disaster. Combine religious restrictions, primitive cooking methods, poor storage, questionable ingredients, and the complete inability to complain about your meal, and you have a recipe for some of the worst food in human history. Yet thousands of men chose this life, believing that their physical suffering would lead to spiritual reward. As we'll discover in the coming segments, the reality of monastic dining was far more complex and disturbing than these basic challenges suggest. The specific ingredients, cooking methods, and dining customs created a culinary nightmare that would make even the most adventurous modern eater think twice about their next meal. To understand why medieval monastery food was so deliberately unappetizing, we need to examine the foundational document that governed monastic life for over 1,000 years. The Rule of St. Benedict, written around 530 CE by Benedict of Nursia, wasn't just a spiritual guide. It was a comprehensive manual for every aspect of monastic existence, including exactly what monks could eat, when they could eat it, and most importantly, how little pleasure they were allowed to derive from their meals. Benedict's approach to food was revolutionary for its time, but not in a way that would appeal to modern sensibilities. while the Roman Empire had collapsed into chaos, and most people struggled simply to find enough calories to survive. Benedict was deliberately designing a system to make food as boring and unsatisfying as possible. This wasn't cruelty. In Benedict's mind, it was salvation. The rule explicitly states that monks should receive 2 cooked dishes at each meal, along with bread, and a 3rd dish of fresh fruit or vegetables when available. On the surface, this might sound reasonable, even generous for the 6th century. But Benedict's genius lay in the details, the subtle restrictions that transformed potentially satisfying meals into exercises in spiritual discipline. First, there was the matter of meat. Benedict's rule contained what would become one of the most influential dietary restrictions in Western history. Monks were forbidden from eating the flesh of 4-footed animals. This wasn't just about cattle and pigs. It included deer, rabbits, goats, and any other quadruped you might imagine. The reasoning was both theological and practical. Meat was considered heating to the blood, potentially inflaming the passions that monks were supposed to suppress. But Benedict was clever about this restriction. He didn't ban all animal products, just 4-footed ones. This created a bizarre hierarchy of acceptable proteins that would shape monastic cuisine for centuries. Fish were perfectly acceptable, as were birds. Eggs were allowed, as was cheese and milk. The result was a diet that wasn't necessarily unhealthy, but was certainly monotonous and often poorly prepared. The timing of meals was equally calculated to minimize pleasure. Benedict established a complex schedule that varied with the seasons and the liturgical calendar. During most of the year, monks ate only 1 meal per day, served in the afternoon after the completion of their work duties. This single meal, called the prandium, had to sustain them for nearly 24 hours. During summer months, when daylight lasted longer and work was more intensive, Benedict allowed a second, lighter meal in the evening. But this concession came with its own restrictions. The evening meal, or cena, was to be even simpler than the afternoon meal, often consisting of just bread, raw vegetables, and water. No cooking was allowed for the evening meal, ensuring that even this small comfort remained as basic as possible. The quantity of food was strictly regulated as well. Benedict specified that each monk should receive 1 pound of bread per day, along with a hemina of wine. A hemina was roughly equivalent to half a pint, barely enough to taste, let alone enjoy. The bread itself was to be made from whatever grain was locally available and cheapest, often resulting in dense, dark loaves that were filling but hardly appetizing. Benedict's rules about wine reveal his sophisticated understanding of human psychology. He acknowledged that wine was necessary for health, particularly given the poor quality of water in many regions. But he was determined to prevent monks from deriving any pleasure from their daily ration. The wine was to be mixed with water, diluting it to the point where it provided minimal alcoholic effect. More importantly, it was to be consumed only with meals, never on its own, preventing any possibility of social drinking or relaxation. The preparation of food was governed by equally strict principles. Benedict established the position of the hebdommadary, a monk who served as cook for 1 week at a time. This rotation system ensured that no monk could develop expertise in cooking or take pride in creating delicious meals. Every week brought a new cook, usually someone with no particular skill or interest in food preparation. The hebdommadary was explicitly instructed to view cooking as a form of penance, not as an opportunity for creativity or service to his brothers. The goal was to prepare food that was nutritionally adequate but spiritually neutral. Seasonings were discouraged, not because they were expensive, but because they might make food too enjoyable. Salt was permitted for preservation, but herbs and spices that might enhance flavor were generally forbidden. Benedict even regulated the social aspects of eating. Meals were to be consumed in complete silence, with one monk reading aloud from religious texts while the others ate. This practice, known as lectio divina during meals, served multiple purposes. It prevented conversation that might lead to enjoyment of the social aspects of dining. It filled the mind with spiritual thoughts rather than allowing focus on the taste and texture of food, and it reinforced the idea that eating was a necessary bodily function, not a source of pleasure or community bonding. The reading material was carefully selected to be as dry and spiritually edifying as possible. Popular choices included lengthy theological treatises, detailed accounts of martyrdom, and complex biblical commentaries. The reader was instructed to maintain a steady, monotonous pace that would not distract from eating, but would prevent any enjoyment of the meal itself. Benedict's rule also addressed the inevitable problem of food spoilage and shortage. Monks were required to eat whatever was placed before them, regardless of its condition or palatability. Refusing food was considered a serious breach of discipline, equivalent to pride and disobedience. This rule ensured that even when food was moldy, overcooked, or otherwise unappetizing, it would still be consumed without complaint. The kitchen itself was designed to reinforce these principles. Benedict specified that it should be simple and functional, with no decorative elements that might make food preparation more pleasant. Cooking utensils were to be basic and utilitarian. The kitchen was to be cleaned thoroughly after each use, not for hygiene purposes, but to prevent any lingering aromas that might stimulate appetite between meals. Perhaps most tellingly, Benedict's rule contained detailed instructions for dealing with monks who showed too much interest in food. Any brother caught discussing meals, expressing preferences for particular dishes, or showing enthusiasm for eating was to be subjected to increasingly severe punishments. These ranged from exclusion from communal meals, to physical penance, to expulsion from the monastery entirely. The psychological impact of these food restrictions was profound and intentional. By removing pleasure from eating, Benedict believed he was helping monks transcend their bodily needs and focus entirely on spiritual development. Food became purely functional, a necessary evil rather than one of life's pleasures. This transformation of attitude toward eating would influence not just monastic communities, but broader European culture for centuries to come. The rhythm of monastic life revolved around prayer, work, and carefully regulated meals that would seem almost punitive by modern standards. Medieval monasteries operated on a strict schedule that dictated not only when monks could eat, but what they could consume and in what quantities. Most monasteries followed a 2-meal system during regular periods of the year. The first meal, called dinner, was served around midday after the completion of morning prayers and work duties. This was typically the more substantial meal of the day, though substantial is a relative term when discussing monastic cuisine. The second meal, known as supper, was served in the early evening, usually around 5 or 6 o'clock. However, this schedule was far from consistent throughout the year. During Lent, the 40-day period before Easter, monks were restricted to a single meal per day, served in the late afternoon. This practice of extended fasting was considered essential for spiritual purification. The timing of meals was announced by the ringing of bells, and monks were expected to assemble in the refectory with military precision. Tardiness was not tolerated, and those who arrived late might find themselves eating cold porridge or stale bread as punishment for their lack of punctuality. Breakfast, as we understand it today, was virtually non-existent in most monasteries. The morning hours were dedicated to prayer and contemplation, with the body's needs considered secondary to spiritual obligations. Some monasteries did allow a small piece of bread and watered wine for the elderly or infirm, but this was considered a concession rather than a proper meal. The quantities served were deliberately modest, following the principle that gluttony was a deadly sin. Portion control was not about health or weight management, but about maintaining spiritual discipline. A typical dinner might consist of a bowl of thin gruel, a small piece of coarse bread, and perhaps a handful of vegetables from the monastery garden. During fasting periods, which comprised nearly half the year when you include Lent, Advent, weekly fast days, and various saints' feast preparations, the restrictions became even more severe. Wednesdays and Fridays were designated as fast days throughout the year, meaning monks consumed only one meal and abstained from meat, eggs, and dairy products. The Ember Days, occurring 4 times annually, imposed additional fasting requirements. These 3-day periods of prayer and fasting were observed at the beginning of each season, adding another layer of dietary restriction to an already austere eating schedule. Vigils before major religious festivals required complete fasting until the celebration began. Monks would spend these periods in continuous prayer, their empty stomachs serving as a reminder of their spiritual dedication and separation from worldly pleasures. The monastery's food stores were carefully managed to ensure that adequate provisions existed for these extended fasting periods. Root vegetables, dried legumes, and preserved fish became staples during times when fresh meat and dairy were forbidden. The cellarer, responsible for food distribution, had to calculate portions with mathematical precision to prevent waste while ensuring survival. Water was the primary beverage during fasting periods, though some monasteries allowed thin beer or heavily watered wine. The quality of water varied dramatically depending on the monastery's location. Those situated near clean springs or rivers fared better than those relying on wells that might be contaminated by nearby waste disposal areas. The psychological effects of constant hunger were considered beneficial for spiritual development. Monks were taught that physical discomfort brought them closer to understanding Christ's suffering and helped suppress carnal desires that might interfere with their religious devotion. Meal preparation during fasting periods required considerable creativity from the monastery cooks. They had to create filling, nutritious meals using only permitted ingredients. Thick vegetable broths, grain porridges, and various combinations of beans and lentils became the foundation of fasting cuisine. Some monasteries developed elaborate rules about food preparation during fasting periods. Cooking vessels used for meat had to be thoroughly cleaned or replaced entirely. Even the utensils used for serving were sometimes different, ensuring no trace of forbidden foods contaminated the fasting meals. The elderly and sick monks often received special dispensations from the most severe fasting requirements, but these exceptions were granted reluctantly, and only after careful consideration by the abbot. Even then, the modified diets were hardly luxurious, typically consisting of slightly larger portions of the same basic foods. Seasonal variations in food availability meant that fasting periods could be particularly challenging during winter months when fresh vegetables were scarce. Monasteries with better food preservation methods and larger stores fared better than those dependent on daily foraging or limited storage capabilities. The communal aspect of these restricted meals was emphasized through shared suffering. Monks ate together in silence, listening to religious readings while consuming their meager portions. This practice reinforced the idea that eating was a necessary evil rather than a source of pleasure or social interaction. Record keeping regarding food distribution was meticulous in many monasteries. These records reveal the stark reality of monastic dining, with entries documenting the exact quantities of bread, gruel, and vegetables distributed to each monk during different periods of the liturgical year. The transition between fasting and regular eating periods was gradual rather than sudden. Monks didn't immediately return to their standard 2-meal schedule after completing a fast. Instead, they slowly reintroduced foods and increased portions over several days, allowing their bodies to readjust to normal eating patterns. These carefully regulated eating practices created a culture where food was viewed primarily as fuel for survival rather than a source of enjoyment. The constant cycle of restriction and modest abundance shaped not only the monks' physical health, but their entire relationship with sustenance and pleasure. Now let's turn our attention to bread, the cornerstone of medieval monastic life. In these quiet religious communities, bread wasn't just sustenance, it was survival itself. The monks consumed bread at every meal, often making up 70% of their daily calories. But the quality of this bread would shock modern sensibilities. Medieval monastery bread came in distinct hierarchies that reflected the rigid social structure of religious life. The abbot and senior monks enjoyed white bread made from finely sifted wheat flour, while ordinary brothers ate coarse brown bread mixed with barley, oats, or even ground peas. The lowest servants received dark, heavy loaves that were more like dense bricks than anything resembling modern bread. The wheat used for monastery bread often arrived contaminated with weeds, dirt, and small stones. Monks would spend hours picking through grain by candlelight, removing obvious debris, but much remained hidden. Ergot, a toxic fungus that grew on rye, frequently made its way into the flour. This contamination caused hallucinations, convulsions, and sometimes death symptoms medieval monks attributed to divine punishment or demonic possession. Storage presented enormous challenges in these damp stone buildings. Grain was kept in large wooden chests or stone chambers, but moisture seeped through walls, creating perfect conditions for mold and rot. Mice and rats found their way into storage areas, leaving droppings throughout the grain supplies. The monks developed elaborate blessing rituals for their grain stores, hoping divine intervention would preserve their precious food supplies. The grinding process itself introduced additional contamination. Monastery mills used massive stone wheels that gradually wore down with each use, adding grit and stone particles to the flour. These particles were so common that medieval people expected their bread to be somewhat sandy in texture. The constant grinding of stone against stone created a flour that was never purely grain. It was always mixed with fragments of the millstones themselves. Water quality severely affected bread production. Monasteries drew water from wells, streams, or collected rainwater, all sources prone to contamination. This water carried bacteria, algae, and dissolved minerals that altered the bread's taste and safety. During dry seasons, monks often used stagnant pond water, creating bread with distinctly unpleasant flavors and dangerous bacterial loads. The yeast used for leavening came from wild sources or was saved from previous batches. This natural yeast was unpredictable and often contaminated with harmful bacteria. Monks would maintain sourdough starters for months, but these cultures frequently went bad, producing bread with sour, bitter, or putrid flavors. When yeast failed completely, they ate unleavened flatbreads that were dense, chewy, and difficult to digest. Baking took place in large communal ovens that were fired once or twice weekly. These ovens burned wood, straw, or dried animal dung, and the residual ash often fell onto the bread during baking. The irregular heating created loaves that were burnt on the outside while remaining raw and doughy inside. Monks learned to scrape away charred crusts and accept partially cooked centers as normal. Temperature control was nearly impossible in these primitive ovens. The heat came from burning fuel directly inside the baking chamber, then raking out the coals and inserting the bread. This process left ash, soot, and partially burned debris throughout the oven, all of which ended up incorporated into the bread. The first loaves often tasted strongly of smoke and ash, while later batches emerged pale and underbaked. Seasonal variations dramatically affected bread quality. Spring brought new grain supplies, but these were often the dregs of winter storage, moldy, insect-infested, and partially spoiled. Summer heat accelerated spoilage, making fresh bread turn rancid within hours. Autumn harvests provided the year's best grain, but winter storage quickly degraded this quality through moisture, pests, and natural decomposition. The monastery bakehouse itself was a source of contamination. These stone buildings trapped moisture, creating perpetually damp conditions perfect for mold growth. Wooden surfaces absorbed grease, flour dust, and organic matter that rotted over time. The same tables used for bread preparation also served for other food processing, cross-contaminating ingredients with meat juices, vegetable matter, and general kitchen debris. Monks developed various preservation techniques to extend bread's edibility. They created hard textile biscuits that could last for months, though these were so hard they required soaking in water or wine before consumption. Bread was often dried into crumbs and mixed with porridge or soup, creating meals that were more about survival than enjoyment. The daily bread ration for monks was typically 2 to 3 pounds per person, an enormous quantity by modern standards. This bread had to provide most of their calories, protein, and nutrients. But the poor quality meant much of this bread was barely digestible. Monks regularly suffered from stomach ailments, malnutrition, and digestive problems directly related to their bread consumption. Religious rules complicated bread preparation further. Certain feast days required special breads made with expensive ingredients like eggs, milk, or honey. But these luxury additions often spoiled quickly in the monastery's poor storage conditions, creating elaborate breads that were rancid or moldy by the time they were consumed. The irony wasn't lost on monks who prayed for daily bread. consuming loaves that modern people would consider inedible. As we drift deeper into sleep, imagine the rhythmic sound of monastery mills grinding grain into gritty flour, the crackle of wood fires heating massive stone ovens, and the quiet prayers of monks hopping their daily bread would sustain them through another day of medieval monastic life, where even the most basic food was a constant struggle against contamination, spoilage, and the harsh realities of pre-industrial food production. The monastic approach to vegetables reveals perhaps the most fascinating contradiction in medieval religious dining. While the rule of Saint Benedict explicitly encouraged the consumption of vegetables as part of a humble, earth-connected lifestyle, the reality of vegetable preparation and consumption in monasteries was far more complex and often quite unappetizing than modern practitioners might imagine. Monasteries typically maintained extensive vegetable gardens, known as hortus, which served both practical and spiritual purposes. These gardens were considered sacred spaces where monks could commune with God through the act of cultivation. The most common vegetables grown included leeks, onions, garlic, cabbages, turnips, parsnips, carrots, and various leafy greens like kale and chard. However, the methods used to prepare and preserve these vegetables often rendered them nearly inedible by contemporary standards. The primary challenge facing monastic cooks was preservation. Without refrigeration, vegetables had to be consumed quickly after harvest or preserved through methods that dramatically altered their taste and texture. Cabbage, for instance, was frequently fermented into a sour, pungent mixture that bore little resemblance to fresh cabbage. This fermentation process, while nutritionally beneficial, produced a sharp, acidic flavor that many found overwhelming. Root vegetables like turnips and parsnips were often stored in underground cellars throughout the winter months. These storage conditions, while necessary for preservation, led to vegetables that became woody, bitter, and sometimes partially rotted. Monks would often have to cut away significant portions of stored vegetables before cooking, leaving only the least appetizing parts for consumption. The cooking methods employed further diminished the appeal of monastic vegetables. Most vegetables were boiled extensively in large cauldrons, often for hours at a time. This prolonged cooking process destroyed most vitamins and minerals while creating a mushy, flavorless texture. The water used for boiling was rarely changed, meaning that vegetables cooked later in the day absorbed the flavors and impurities from previous batches. Seasoning presented another significant challenge. While monasteries sometimes grew herbs like sage, thyme, and rosemary, these were often reserved for medicinal purposes rather than culinary enhancement. Salt was expensive and carefully rationed, meaning that most vegetable dishes were prepared with minimal seasoning. The result was bland, overcooked vegetables that provided sustenance but little pleasure. Leafy greens posed particular problems for monastic kitchens. Without Without proper washing facilities, these vegetables often retained dirt, sand, and insects. The cleaning process was rudimentary at best, involving a quick rinse in whatever water was available. This meant that salads and cooked greens frequently contained gritty textures and unexpected protein sources that modern diners would find thoroughly unacceptable. The timing of vegetable consumption also created difficulties. Monasteries followed strict meal schedules that didn't always align with optimal harvest times. Vegetables might sit for days between harvesting and consumption, during which time they would wilt, develop off flavors, and lose much of their nutritional value. This scheduling inflexibility meant that monks often consumed vegetables well past their prime. Pottage, a thick vegetable stew, represented the most common way vegetables were consumed in monastic settings. This dish combined whatever vegetables were available with grains, water, and occasionally small amounts of fat or meat scraps. While nutritionally sound, pottage was often described by contemporary sources as resembling a thick, gray porridge with an indeterminate flavor that changed depending on which vegetables were past their prime. The monastic emphasis on humility and rejection of worldly pleasures meant that making vegetables more palatable was sometimes viewed as contrary to spiritual goals. Some religious texts suggested that enjoying food too much could lead to gluttony and spiritual weakness. This philosophy resulted in deliberately bland or unappetizing preparations that were meant to nourish the body while keeping the mind focused on higher spiritual matters. Seasonal variations created additional challenges for vegetable consumption. During late winter and early spring, when stored vegetables were running low and new crops hadn't yet matured, monasteries faced what was known as the hunger gap. During these periods, monks might consume vegetables that were severely compromised in quality, including sprouted root vegetables, bitter winter greens, and preserved vegetables that had developed strong, unpleasant flavors. The preparation of vegetables also suffered from the communal nature of monastic cooking. Large batches were necessary to feed entire communities, which made careful preparation and cooking difficult. Individual attention to vegetable quality was virtually impossible when cooking for dozens or hundreds of people simultaneously. This mass production approach inevitably led to inconsistent results and frequent overcooking. Wild vegetables and foraged greens supplemented cultivated varieties, but these additions often introduced new challenges. Monks gathering wild plants sometimes selected varieties that were bitter, tough, or difficult to digest. Without extensive botanical knowledge, foraging could result in vegetables that were technically edible but thoroughly unpalatable. The lack of variety in vegetable preparation methods meant that the same vegetables appeared in similar forms day after day. Cabbage might be served boiled for weeks at a time, with only minor variations in cooking time or accompanying ingredients. This repetition, combined with the generally poor quality of preparation, made vegetable consumption a monotonous and often unpleasant experience. Storage containers and cooking vessels also contributed to poor vegetable quality. Wooden bowls and ceramic pots were difficult to clean thoroughly, leading to lingering flavors and potential contamination between batches. Vegetables cooked in these vessels often absorbed unpleasant tastes from previous meals or developed off flavors from inadequately cleaned containers. Despite these challenges, vegetables remained a cornerstone of monastic nutrition, providing essential nutrients that kept religious communities relatively healthy compared to the general population. However, the gap between the spiritual ideal of simple, wholesome vegetable consumption and the practical reality of poorly prepared, unappetizing plant foods represented one of the most significant contradictions in medieval monastic dining practices. Beyond grains and vegetables, medieval monasteries relied heavily on legumes as their primary source of protein. Beans, peas, and lentils formed the backbone of monastic nutrition, though their preparation often left much to be desired in terms of palatability and digestibility. The most common legumes in monastery gardens were broad beans, also known as fava beans. These hardy plants could survive in poor soil conditions and provided substantial nutrition during lean months. However, broad beans presented unique challenges for medieval cooks. When improperly prepared, they developed a bitter, chalky taste that made them nearly inedible. Brother cooks would typically soak dried broad beans overnight in cold water, often in the same wooden vessels used for other kitchen tasks. Cross-contamination was common, as these soaking containers rarely received thorough cleaning between uses. The beans would absorb not only water, but also residual flavors from previous meals, creating an unpleasant amalgamation of tastes. The cooking process for broad beans required hours of slow boiling in large iron cauldrons. Without proper temperature control, the beans would either remain hard and indigestible or cook to a mushy, unappetizing paste. The monastery's fuel limitations meant that cooking fires were often inadequate for the lengthy preparation time required, resulting in partially cooked legumes that caused digestive distress among the monks. Peas presented their own set of culinary challenges in medieval monasteries. Split peas were commonly used to create thick porridges that served as filling, if monotonous, meals. The preparation involved crushing dried peas with wooden mallets, a labor-intensive process that often left fragments of wood and debris mixed into the final product. These pea porridges were typically seasoned only with salt when available, and occasionally wild herbs gathered from monastery grounds. The result was a bland, gritty mixture that provided sustenance but little enjoyment. Monks would often complain in their personal writings about the tedium of consuming the same pea porridge day after day. during extended fasting periods. Lentils, while nutritionally valuable, posed significant preparation challenges for monastery kitchens. Red lentils would quickly dissolve into an unrecognizable mush when overcooked, while harder varieties remained stubbornly tough despite hours of boiling. The lack of consistent cooking techniques meant that lentil dishes varied wildly in texture and palatability from one meal to the next. The storage of legumes in monastery pantries created additional problems. Dried beans and peas were kept in large wooden barrels or cloth sacks, often for months at a time. Without proper pest control, these stores frequently became infested with weevils and other insects. Monks would routinely find their bean supplies riddled with holes and contaminated with insect larvae. Rather than discard infested legumes, monastery cooks would attempt to salvage them by sifting out visible pests and proceeding with preparation. This practice meant that cooked bean dishes often contained remnants of insects, adding an unpleasant crunch and bitter flavor to already unappetizing meals. The limited variety of legumes available to most monasteries meant that dietary monotony was a constant issue. While wealthy abbeys might have access to imported varieties, most religious communities subsisted on whatever beans and peas could be grown locally. This restriction led to the same few legume dishes appearing repeatedly on monastery tables throughout the year. Protein from animal sources was severely restricted in monastic diets, making legumes even more crucial for maintaining adequate nutrition. However, the poor preparation methods often reduced the bioavailability of proteins in these plant sources. Inadequate soaking, improper cooking temperatures, and contamination all contributed to reduced nutritional value. Black-eyed peas, when available, were considered a delicacy in some monasteries, though their preparation was equally problematic. These legumes required careful timing to achieve proper texture, but monastery cooks often lacked the experience necessary for consistent results. Overcooked black-eyed peas would disintegrate completely, while undercooked ones remained hard and difficult to digest. The combination of different legumes in single dishes was sometimes attempted to provide variety, but these mixtures rarely succeeded. Different legumes required varying cooking times and preparation methods, leading to dishes where some components were overcooked while others remained tough. The resulting texture was universally unpleasant, with monks describing such meals as resembling gravel mixed with paste. Chickpeas, though less common in northern European monasteries, were occasionally available through trade networks. However, their preparation required techniques unfamiliar to most monastery cooks. Inadequately soaked, chickpeas would remain hard even after hours of boiling, while properly prepared ones were often overseasoned with whatever herbs were available, creating overpowering flavors that masked the natural taste of the legumes. The religious significance attached to certain legumes sometimes influenced their preparation in ways that compromised taste and nutrition. Some monastic orders believed that excessive seasoning or careful preparation showed too much concern with worldly pleasures. This philosophy led to deliberately bland or poorly prepared legume dishes as a form of spiritual discipline. Seasonal availability affected legume quality significantly in monastery kitchens. Fresh beans and peas, available only briefly during growing season, were often consumed before reaching optimal ripeness. Young, tender legumes were sometimes more palatable, but provided less nutritional density than their fully mature counterparts. The preservation methods used for extending legume storage often compromised their eventual taste and texture. Beans and peas were sometimes dried too quickly, leading to uneven moisture content that caused irregular cooking. Others were stored in damp conditions, promoting mold growth that created musty, unpleasant flavors that persisted even after thorough cooking. Water quality played a crucial role in legume preparation, though this factor was rarely considered by medieval monastery cooks. Hard water, common in many regions, prevented proper softening of dried legumes regardless of cooking time. The high mineral content would react with the legume's natural compounds, creating bitter flavors and tough textures that made meals particularly unpalatable. Despite these numerous challenges, legumes remained essential to monastic survival. Their high protein content and ability to store for extended periods made them indispensable, even when preparation methods consistently produced disappointing results. Monks learned to endure rather than enjoy their legume-based meals, viewing the unpleasant experience as part of their spiritual journey toward greater detachment from worldly pleasures. Medieval monasteries had a complicated relationship with fish and seafood, governed by religious doctrine, practical limitations, and the constant challenge of preservation. Fish represented both spiritual significance and culinary necessity in monastic life. Yet, the reality of medieval fish consumption was far from the romantic notions we might imagine today. The Catholic Church designated fish as acceptable food during fasting periods, making it essential for monastic communities who observed numerous fast days throughout the year. However, this religious requirement created enormous logistical challenges for monasteries, particularly those located far from coastlines or major rivers. The transportation and preservation of fish in an era without refrigeration meant that most fish consumed in inland monasteries arrived in various states of decay or heavy preservation. Salt cod became the backbone of monastic fish consumption, but the salting process was often inadequate or poorly executed. Monks would receive shipments of salt cod that had been stored in damp conditions for weeks or months, developing a distinctive ammonia-like odor that permeated the entire monastery kitchen. The fish would be soaked in multiple changes of water to remove excess salt. But this process often failed to eliminate the underlying taste of decomposition that had set enduring transport. Fresh river fish presented their own challenges in monastic settings. Many monasteries maintained fish ponds or had access to nearby streams, but the quality of these freshwater sources was questionable. Medieval rivers often served as waste disposal systems for nearby towns and villages, meaning that fish caught from these waters carried the contamination of human and animal waste. Monks would catch pike, carp, and eels from these polluted waterways, unaware that they were consuming fish that had fed on sewage and decomposing matter. The preparation methods for fish in medieval monasteries were primitive and often counterproductive. Without proper understanding of bacterial contamination, monks would clean fish with the same knives and cutting surfaces used for other foods, spreading contamination throughout their food preparation areas. Fish would be scaled and gutted, then left sitting at room temperature for hours, while other meal preparations continued, allowing harmful bacteria to multiply rapidly in the warm flesh. Preservation techniques for fish were hit-or-miss affairs in monastic kitchens. Smoking was attempted using whatever wood was available, often producing fish with an acrid, bitter taste that masked, but did not eliminate spoilage. The smoking process was rarely consistent, leaving some portions of the fish undercooked, while others became dry and leathery. Monks would consume these poorly smoked fish, experiencing digestive distress and food poisoning, symptoms that they attributed to spiritual trials rather than poor food handling. Pickled fish represented another preservation attempt that frequently failed in monastic settings. Without access to proper vinegar or understanding of acidification levels needed for safe preservation, monks would create pickling solutions that were too weak to prevent bacterial growth. Fish pickled in these inadequate solutions would develop slimy textures and off-putting odors, yet would still be consumed rather than wasted, as monastery rules strictly forbade food waste. The seasonal availability of fish created feast or famine situations in monastic communities. During spawning seasons, monasteries might receive large quantities of fish that exceeded their ability to process and preserve properly. Monks would work frantically to salt, smoke, or dry these fish, but without proper facilities or knowledge, much of the catch would spoil before preservation was complete. The monastery would then face periods of fish scarcity, forcing them to consume the poorly preserved fish from previous gluts. Dried fish became a staple in monastic pantries, but the drying process was often inadequate for the humid conditions found in many monastery locations. Fish would be hung in poorly ventilated areas where they would develop mold and attract insects before fully drying. Monks would scrape off visible mold and consume the fish anyway, believing that cooking would eliminate any harmful effects. The resulting meals were often contaminated with mycotoxins and insect eggs that survived the cooking process. Eel consumption in monasteries deserves particular mention for its problematic nature. Eels were considered a delicacy and were often served during important religious celebrations, but their preparation was fraught with difficulties. Medieval monks lacked understanding of proper eel preparation, often failing to remove the skin properly or cook the fish to safe internal temperatures. Eels harbor numerous parasites that require thorough cooking to eliminate, but monastic cooking methods were often insufficient to kill these organisms. The transportation of fresh fish to inland monasteries created a cascade of food safety issues. Fish would be loaded onto carts or pack animals for journeys that could last several days, with no cooling or preservation beyond perhaps some straw or salt. By the time these fish reached their monastic destinations, they would be in advanced stages of decomposition, with flesh that was soft, discolored, and heavily contaminated with bacteria. Monks would still prepare and consume these fish, often becoming seriously ill from food poisoning. Shellfish consumption in coastal monasteries presented unique challenges that monks were ill-equipped to handle. Without understanding of seasonal toxicity or proper harvesting techniques, monks would collect mussels, oysters, and clams from polluted waters, or during dangerous seasons when these shellfish accumulated harmful toxins. The lack of proper purging techniques meant that shellfish were consumed with sand, parasites, and accumulated pollutants still present in their systems. Fish preparation in monastic kitchens often involved cooking methods that were inadequate for ensuring food safety. Fish would be boiled in the same pots used for other foods, with water that was reused multiple times without proper cleaning. The cooking fires were often insufficient to maintain proper temperatures, resulting in fish that was cooked on the outside but remained raw in thicker portions. This partial cooking created ideal conditions for bacterial survival and multiplication. The storage of prepared fish dishes in monasteries was another source of contamination and spoilage. Cooked fish would be kept in cool cellars or pantries, but these storage areas were often damp and poorly ventilated, creating perfect conditions for rapid spoilage. Fish dishes would be consumed over several days, with monks eating increasingly contaminated food as bacterial growth progressed. The monastic schedule often meant that meals were prepared well in advance, giving harmful organisms ample time to multiply to dangerous levels. The religious significance attached to fish consumption meant that monks were reluctant to discard fish that showed obvious signs of spoilage, viewing waste as sinful and suffering as spiritually beneficial. This attitude led to the consumption of fish that was clearly unsafe, with monks interpreting the resulting illness as divine testing rather than food poisoning. The cycle of contamination and illness continued as monasteries prioritized religious observance over food safety, creating communities where fish-related illness was accepted as a normal part of monastic life. Beyond the practical challenges of medieval monastery kitchens lay an even more complex web of dietary restrictions that would make modern food allergies seem simple by comparison. The monastic diet wasn't just about what was available or affordable, but about what was spiritually permissible, morally acceptable, and canonically approved. The foundation of monastic dietary law rested on interpretations of biblical passages and theological debates that had raged for centuries. Saint Benedict's rule, written in the 6th century, established many of the basic principles, but subsequent interpretations and additions created a labyrinthine system of food taboos that varied not just between different monastic orders, but sometimes between individual monasteries within the same order. Meat consumption represented the most fundamental and complex of these restrictions. The prohibition against eating flesh wasn't merely about the physical act of consumption, but about the spiritual implications of taking life and the perceived connection between meat eating and carnal desires. However, the definition of what constituted meat proved surprisingly contentious and creative. Four-legged animals were universally forbidden, but the classification of other creatures led to remarkable theological gymnastics. Birds were generally prohibited, but some orders made exceptions for certain species during times of illness or extreme hardship. Fish, being cold-blooded and living in water, were considered acceptable, leading to elaborate distinctions between aquatic and terrestrial creatures. The famous classification of beavers as fish, due to their aquatic lifestyle and scaly tails, allowed monks to enjoy beaver meat during Lent and other fasting periods. Similarly, barnacle geese were sometimes considered fish because medieval naturalists believed they grew from barnacles on driftwood. These creative interpretations reveal how seriously monks took their dietary restrictions while simultaneously seeking ways to expand their limited food options. Even more curious were the debates surrounding creatures that seemed to straddle categories. Frogs, being amphibious, sparked heated theological discussions. Some monasteries classified them as fish, while others considered them too terrestrial to be acceptable. Snails occupied a similar gray area, with their status varying dramatically between regions and orders. The prohibition against blood consumption created additional complications in food preparation. Any meat that was permitted had to be thoroughly drained and prepared according to specific procedures. This requirement extended beyond obvious sources to include items like blood sausages, which were completely forbidden, and even certain preparations of permitted foods that might contain trace amounts of blood. Dairy products presented their own set of challenges. While milk, cheese, and eggs weren't inherently forbidden, Many orders restricted their consumption during certain periods, or banned them entirely for specific ranks of monks. The reasoning often centered on their connection to animal reproduction and the belief that such foods might stimulate carnal thoughts or desires. The seasonal nature of many restrictions added another layer of complexity. During Lent, Advent, and numerous other fasting periods throughout the year, even normally permitted foods became forbidden. These restrictions could last for weeks or months, dramatically limiting an already restricted diet. Some calculations suggest that medieval monks observed some form of dietary restriction for nearly half the year. Spices and seasonings faced their own prohibitions, often based on their perceived effects on the body and spirit. Strongly flavored or exotic spices were sometimes forbidden as too stimulating or worldly. Garlic and onions, despite their practical benefits in preserving food and providing nutrition, were often restricted because their strong odors were considered incompatible with the solemnity of religious services. The concept of gluttony extended beyond simple overconsumption to include the pursuit of pleasure through food. This meant that even permitted foods could become forbidden if they were prepared too elaborately or consumed with too much enjoyment. The line between necessary sustenance and sinful indulgence required constant vigilance and self-examination. Alcohol presented particularly complex challenges. While wine was generally permitted and even required for religious ceremonies, its consumption was heavily regulated. The amount, frequency, and circumstances of alcohol consumption were all subject to detailed rules that varied between orders and often changed based on the season, the individual's rank within the monastery, and specific local customs. Some monasteries maintained detailed lists of forbidden foods that grew longer over time as new interpretations of religious law emerged. These lists might include specific types of fish that were considered too luxurious, certain vegetables that were deemed too stimulating, or particular preparation methods that were thought to encourage gluttony. The enforcement of these dietary restrictions varied considerably. Some monasteries employed dedicated officials whose sole responsibility was monitoring compliance with food laws. These food wardens would inspect kitchens, observe meals, and report violations to the abbot. The penalties for breaking dietary rules could range from additional fasting periods to public penance, or even expulsion from the monastery. Regional variations in prohibited foods reflected local customs and available ingredients. Mediterranean monasteries might forbid certain types of olives or olive oil preparations, while Northern European monasteries developed restrictions around specific grains or preservation methods. These regional differences sometimes created conflicts when monks traveled between monasteries, or when different orders shared resources. The psychological impact of these extensive food restrictions cannot be understated. Monks lived in constant awareness of what they could not eat, creating a relationship with food that was fundamentally different from secular society. This heightened consciousness of dietary restrictions was intended to foster spiritual discipline, but it also created an environment where food became a source of anxiety and obsession rather than simple sustenance. As we've seen, the medieval monastic diet was shaped not just by practical limitations, but by an intricate web of religious prohibitions that made every meal a potential spiritual test. These restrictions, combined with the practical challenges of medieval food production and preservation, created a culinary landscape that was as much about what was forbidden as what was actually consumed. While the food in medieval monasteries left much to be desired, there was one area where monks truly excelled, and that was the art of brewing. Beer wasn't just a beverage in medieval monasteries. It was a necessity, a craft, and surprisingly, a form of worship itself. The relationship between monasteries and brewing began out of pure necessity. Clean water was scarce and often contaminated, making it dangerous to drink. Beer, with its alcohol content and brewing process, was much safer than water. But what started as a practical solution evolved into something far more sophisticated under the careful hands of monastic communities. Monks approached brewing with the same methodical precision they applied to their prayers and manuscripts. They kept detailed records of their brewing processes, experimenting with different grains, hops, and techniques. These records, preserved in monastery archives, provide us with some of the earliest and most detailed brewing documentation in European history. The typical monastic brewery was a marvel of medieval engineering. Built of stone and timber, these structures were designed to take advantage of gravity and natural temperature control. The brewing process began in the top floors with the grain storage and mashing, then flowed downward through various stages until the finished beer reached the cellars for aging. Brother brewers, as they were known, held positions of considerable respect within the monastery hierarchy. These weren't just any monks assigned to brewing duty. They were skilled craftsmen who had spent years learning their trade. The head brewer or cellarer was often one of the most important officials in the entire monastery, responsible not just for beer production, but for much of the monastery's food and drink supplies. The brewing process itself was a carefully choreographed dance that began before dawn. The monks would start by soaking barley in large wooden vats, allowing it to germinate and create malt. This malted barley was then dried in kilns, often heated by wood fires that had to be carefully tended to avoid burning the precious grain. The mashing process came next, where the malted barley was mixed with hot water in large copper or wooden vessels. The monks would stir this mixture with long wooden paddles, creating a sweet liquid called wort. The temperature had to be just right, too hot, and the enzymes would die, too cool, and the conversion wouldn't happen properly. After straining out the grain, the wort was boiled in massive copper kettles. This is where hops were added, those bitter flowers that would balance the sweetness of the malt and help preserve the beer. Monasteries were among the first to use hops systematically in brewing, and many monasteries maintained their own hop gardens, carefully cultivating different varieties for different types of beer. The cooling process required patience and skill. The hot wort had to be cooled to the right temperature for fermentation, but it had to be done quickly to prevent contamination. Monks developed ingenious cooling systems using shallow copper pans and sometimes even primitive heat exchangers made of coiled copper tubing. Fermentation was where the real magic happened. The cooled wort was transferred to large wooden barrels or stone vessels where yeast was added. But medieval monks didn't understand yeast the way we do today. They knew that adding dregs from previous batches would start fermentation, but they attributed this to divine providence rather than microscopic organisms. The fermentation process could take anywhere from a few days to several weeks, depending on the type of beer being made. Monks would monitor the process carefully, listening to the bubbling sounds, observing the foam, and occasionally tasting to check the progress. The cellars where fermentation took place were kept at steady temperatures, often built partially underground to take advantage of the earth's natural cooling. Medieval monasteries typically produced several different types of beer. The strongest and best was reserved for important guests and feast days. A medium-strength beer was consumed by the monks themselves during meals and as their daily beverage allowance. The weakest beer, sometimes called small beer, was given to servants, workers, and sometimes distributed to the poor as an act of charity. The daily beer ration for monks was substantial by modern standards. A typical monk might consume 2 to 3 liters of beer per day, though this was usually the weaker varieties. This wasn't considered excessive. It was simply the primary source of liquid nutrition and calories in their diet. Monastic breweries became centers of innovation in medieval Europe. Monks experimented with different ingredients, adding herbs and spices to create unique flavors. Some monasteries became famous for particular styles of beer, and their recipes were closely guarded secrets passed down from one generation of brewers to the next. The quality of monastic beer was generally far superior to what was available in towns and villages. While commercial brewers often cut corners or used inferior ingredients, monks had both the time and the motivation to perfect their craft. Their beer was their daily bread, quite literally, and they took pride in its quality. The economic importance of brewing to monasteries cannot be overstated. Many monasteries sold their excess beer to local communities, providing a significant source of income. Some monasteries became wealthy primarily through their brewing operations, using the profits to fund construction projects, support charitable works, and expand their libraries and scriptoriums. The tools and equipment used in monastic brewing were often works of art in themselves. Copper kettles were hammered by skilled craftsmen. Wooden barrels were made by master coopers, and the various measuring devices and strainers were crafted with the same attention to detail that monks brought to their illuminated manuscripts. Seasonal brewing was another important aspect of monastic beer production. The best beer was typically brewed in the cooler months, when fermentation could be better controlled, and the risk of spoilage was lower. Spring and summer brewing required different techniques and often produced different styles of beer. The connection between brewing and spirituality in monastic communities ran deeper than mere necessity. Many monks saw their brewing work as a form of prayer, a way to transform simple grains into something that brought comfort and sustenance to their community. The patience required for brewing, the attention to detail, and the care for the final product all reflected monastic values of dedication and service. As we drift deeper into sleep, imagine the gentle bubbling of fermentation in those ancient stone cellars, the sweet aroma of malted barley filling the air, and the satisfied expressions of monks enjoying their well-crafted beer after a long day of prayer and labor. In a world where so much of monastic food was bland and unappetizing, beer represented a bright spot of flavor, craft, and community pride that sustained these religious communities through the long medieval centuries. The challenges of keeping food fresh in medieval monasteries created a constant battle against spoilage, contamination, and waste. Without refrigeration or modern preservation methods, monks faced daily struggles to maintain even basic food safety standards. Storage areas in monasteries were typically located in the coolest parts of the complex, often underground cellars or stone chambers built into hillsides. These spaces offered some protection from temperature fluctuations, but they came with their own set of problems. Dampness seeped through stone walls, creating perfect conditions for mold and bacterial growth. The monastery's granary, where wheat, barley, and other grains were stored, required constant vigilance. Monks would spread grain in thin layers across wooden floors, turning it regularly to prevent moisture buildup. Even with these precautions, entire harvests could be lost to rot or insect infestation within weeks. Rodents posed an enormous threat to food stores. Rats and mice could devastate grain supplies, contaminating far more than they consumed. Monasteries employed various methods to combat these pests, from keeping cats to constructing elaborate wooden containers with smooth sides that rodents couldn't climb. The preservation of meat presented particularly complex challenges. Salting was the primary method, but it required precise techniques and high-quality salt. which was expensive and not always available. Improperly salted meat would develop dangerous bacteria, leading to severe food poisoning among the community. Smoking meat was another preservation technique, but it required constant attention and specific types of wood. Oak and hickory were preferred, but monasteries often had to use whatever wood was locally available, sometimes resulting in unpleasant flavors or inadequate preservation. Dairy products spoiled rapidly without proper cooling. Milk would sour within hours in warm weather, and cheesemaking required precise timing and temperature control that was difficult to achieve. Many monasteries lost significant portions of their dairy production to spoilage, especially during summer months. Vegetables and fruits faced their own storage challenges. Root vegetables like turnips and carrots were buried in sand or stored in cool, dark cellars. But even these methods couldn't prevent eventual decay. Apples and pears were carefully wrapped and stored in straw, but bruised or damaged fruit would quickly spread rot to nearby produce. The monastery's beer and wine stores required special attention. These beverages were crucial, not only for consumption, but also for trade and income. Improper storage could turn wine to vinegar or cause beer to develop off flavors that made it undrinkable. Wooden barrels needed regular maintenance, and any crack or gap could allow contamination. Herbs and spices, essential for both cooking and medicine, were particularly vulnerable to moisture and pests. Monks stored them in sealed pottery jars or wooden boxes, but even small amounts of humidity could cause valuable seasonings to mold or lose their potency. The layout of storage areas often contributed to contamination problems. Food stores were sometimes located near stables or waste areas, allowing odors and bacteria to migrate between spaces. Poor ventilation meant that spoiled food could contaminate entire storage rooms with harmful bacteria and foul odors. Inventory management was a constant struggle. Without proper labeling or organization systems, older food items might be overlooked, while newer supplies were used first. This led to significant waste, as forgotten stores spoiled in dark corners of storage areas. Seasonal variations dramatically affected storage success rates. Spring floods could damage underground storage areas, while summer heat accelerated spoilage of all perishable items. Winter brought different challenges, as frozen foods could be damaged by repeated thawing and refreezing cycles. The monastery's oil supplies, used for cooking and lamp fuel, required careful storage to prevent rancidity. Olive oil and other cooking oils would develop bitter, unpleasant flavors when exposed to light or air for extended periods. Proper containers and storage locations were essential, but not always available. Cross-contamination between different food types created additional problems. strong-smelling items like fish or aged cheese could transfer their odors to nearby foods, making bread taste like fish or causing fruits to develop unpleasant flavors. The communal nature of monastic life meant that food storage problems affected the entire community simultaneously. When storage systems failed, dozens or even hundreds of monks might face hunger or illness at once, creating crisis situations that could threaten the monastery's survival. Some monasteries attempted innovative storage solutions, such as building ice houses or constructing elaborate underground cooling systems. However, these projects required significant resources and expertise that many communities lacked, leaving them dependent on traditional methods that often failed. The economic impact of storage failures was substantial. Spoiled food represented lost labor, wasted resources, and reduced income from agricultural production. Monasteries that couldn't effectively preserve their harvests faced financial hardship and potential starvation during lean periods. Record-keeping regarding food storage was often inadequate, making it difficult for monasteries to learn from past failures or plan for future needs. Without systematic approaches to inventory management, the same storage mistakes were repeated year after year. These storage challenges created a cycle of food insecurity that affected every aspect of monastic life. Poor nutrition from spoiled or inadequate food supplies weakened the community's health, reduced work capacity, and made monks more susceptible to diseases that could spread rapidly through the close quarters living arrangements of medieval monasteries. The methods and equipment used in medieval monastery kitchens were as primitive as they were limited, creating countless opportunities for culinary disasters and food contamination. These cooking techniques, unchanged for centuries, produced meals that would horrify modern palates with their inconsistency and frequent spoilage. The central hearth dominated every monastery kitchen, a massive stone fireplace that served as the primary cooking surface. Unlike modern stoves with controlled temperatures, these open fires burned unpredictably, creating hot spots and cold zones that made even cooking nearly impossible. Monks would huddle around these smoky infernos, their robes singed, and their eyes watering from the constant smoke that filled the kitchen. Large iron cauldrons hung from chains over these fires, their contents bubbling and sputtering as flames licked at their blackened bottoms. These massive pots, some large enough to hold 50 gallons of stew, were rarely cleaned thoroughly between uses. The residue from previous meals would char and flake into new preparations, adding bitter, burnt flavors to everything cooked within them. The monastery's bread ovens, built into the kitchen walls, operated on principles that guaranteed uneven results. These stone chambers were heated by burning wood directly inside them. Then the ashes were scraped out before inserting the bread. The temperature was gauged by the cook's experience, often resulting in loaves that were burnt on the outside while remaining raw in the center. Roasting spits, turned by young novices or kitchen servants, created another source of culinary inconsistency. These long iron rods, suspended over open flames, required constant attention and manual rotation. The meat closest to the fire would char, while the opposite side remained nearly raw. The drippings that fell into the flames created acrid smoke that permeated the meat with harsh, bitter flavors. The monastery's collection of cooking implements was surprisingly limited for institutions feeding hundreds of people daily. Wooden spoons, carved from local timber, absorbed flavors and odors from countless meals. These utensils, never properly sanitized, became breeding grounds for bacteria and sources of cross-contamination between different dishes. Iron knives, dulled from constant use and sharpened on rough stones, tore rather than cut through ingredients. The jagged cuts these blades released more juices from vegetables and meat, leading to soggy, unappetizing textures. The iron itself would rust and flake, adding metallic tastes and potentially harmful particles to the food. Wooden cutting boards, scarred and stained from years of use, harbored dangerous bacteria in their deep grooves. These surfaces, cleaned only with cold water and coarse salt, retained the remnants of previous preparations. Raw meat juices would seep into the wood, creating permanent contamination that affected every subsequent dish prepared on these boards. The monastery's storage vessels presented their own challenges to food preparation. Earthenware pots, while excellent for fermentation, were prone to cracking and developing hairline fractures that harbored bacteria. These ceramic containers, once contaminated, could spoil entire batches of preserved foods, leading to widespread food poisoning among the monastic community. Wooden barrels used for storing liquids and grains required constant maintenance to prevent spoilage. The staves would shrink and expand with temperature changes, creating gaps that allowed air and moisture to enter. Wine stored in poorly maintained barrels would turn to vinegar, while grain would become moldy and infested with insects. The monastery's grinding equipment, essential for processing grains into flour, operated with stone wheels that gradually wore down during use. These stone particles would mix with the flour, creating a gritty texture that wore down teeth and added an unpleasant, sandy quality to bread and porridge. Mortars and pestles, carved from stone or wood, were used to crush herbs and spices. However, the porous nature of these materials meant they retained strong flavors from previous uses. A mortar used to grind bitter herbs would impart those flavors to subsequently prepared sweet spices, creating confusing and unpleasant taste combinations. The monastery's brewing equipment, while more sophisticated than cooking implements, still produced inconsistent results. Wooden vats used for fermentation would develop bacterial infections that could ruin entire batches of ale or wine. The lack of temperature control meant that fermentation proceeded unpredictably, sometimes producing weak, watery beverages, and other times creating overly alcoholic brews. Straining devices made from coarse cloth or woven baskets allowed particles and sediment to pass through into finished products. These primitive filters could not remove the smallest impurities, leaving beverages cloudy and often contaminated with harmful bacteria or wild yeasts that would cause spoilage. The monastery's preservation equipment was equally primitive, relying on salt, smoke, and drying to extend the shelf life of perishable foods. Smoking chambers, built from stone and wood, produced uneven results depending on wind conditions and the type of wood used. Some meats would be oversmoked to the point of being inedible, while others remained dangerously undercooked. Drying racks, exposed to the elements, subjected foods to contamination from dust, insects, and bird droppings. These outdoor preservation methods, while traditional, offered no protection against the various contaminants that could spoil foods during the lengthy drying process. The monastery's water heating systems, consisting of large cauldrons suspended over fires, made it difficult to achieve and maintain proper temperatures for cooking. Water would either be scalding hot near the fire or lukewarm at the edges, making it impossible to cook foods evenly or to properly clean cooking implements. Temperature control, perhaps the most critical aspect of successful cooking, remained a mystery to medieval monastery cooks. Without thermometers or standardized measurements, every dish was an experiment in heat application. Overcooking and undercooking were equally common, resulting in meals that were either charred beyond recognition or dangerously undercooked. These primitive cooking methods and inadequate equipment created a perfect storm of culinary disasters that plagued monastery kitchens throughout the medieval period. The combination of uncontrolled heat, contaminated utensils, and inconsistent techniques produced meals that were not only unpalatable, but often dangerous to consume, contributing to the reputation of monastic food as something to be endured rather than enjoyed. The dining hall of a medieval monastery was governed by rules as rigid as iron chains, transforming every meal into a carefully choreographed ritual of silence and submission. Brothers filed into the refectory in perfect order, their sandaled feet creating a soft whisper against cold stone floors that had witnessed countless generations of monks performing this same sacred dance of sustenance. Each monk knew his designated place at the long wooden tables, worn smooth by centuries of use and prayer. The abbot occupied the high table, elevated both literally and figuratively above his spiritual children, while the brothers arranged themselves according to their rank within the monastic hierarchy. senior monks sat closer to the abbot's table, their gray beards and weathered hands testament to decades of devotion, while novices and younger brothers occupied the far ends of the hall, still learning the intricate choreography of monastic dining. The moment they entered the refectory, a profound silence descended like a heavy blanket, broken only by the soft rustle of robes and the gentle scrape of wooden bowls against tables. This was not merely quiet. This was the sacred silence that connected earthly sustenance to divine contemplation, transforming the simple act of eating into a form of prayer itself. Before any morsel touched their lips, the brothers participated in an elaborate ritual of blessing and gratitude. The abbot would rise, his voice echoing through the vaulted stone chamber as he recited prayers in Latin, the ancient words rolling off his tongue with practiced precision. Benedict Domine, nos et hic tua dona, he would intone, blessing both the community and the meager food before them. The brothers responded in unison, their voices creating a low harmonic rumble that seemed to make the very stones vibrate with devotion. The serving of food followed strict protocols that would make modern dining etiquette seem chaotic by comparison. Designated brothers, often the youngest or newest members of the community, moved silently between the tables, carrying wooden platters and clay vessels. They had trained for months to perform these duties without creating unnecessary noise, learning to anticipate the needs of their brothers through subtle gestures and meaningful glances rather than spoken words. Each monk possessed his own wooden bowl, carved from local timber and worn smooth by years of use. These bowls were treasured possessions, often the only personal item a brother was permitted to own. They carved their initials or simple crosses into the wood, creating a tangible connection to their individual identity within the collective whole of monastic life. The bowls were passed down from deceased brothers to new arrivals, carrying with them the spiritual legacy of those who had eaten from them before. The portions served were carefully measured, not merely to ensure fairness, but to maintain the delicate balance between sustenance and ascetic denial that defined monastic existence. Too much food would lead to gluttony and spiritual complacency, while too little would weaken the body needed for prayer and labor. The brother responsible for portioning food carried an enormous responsibility, knowing that his decisions affected the physical and spiritual well-being of the entire community. During the meal, one brother would stand at a lectern positioned where all could see and hear, reading aloud from religious texts, while his brothers ate in contemplative silence. The reader's voice provided the only sound permitted in the refectory, creating an atmosphere where physical nourishment merged seamlessly with spiritual feeding. The selection of readings was carefully planned, often corresponding to the liturgical calendar or addressing specific spiritual challenges facing the community. The quality of the reader's voice could transform even the most unpalatable gruel into something more bearable. A skilled reader with a melodious voice and clear pronunciation could transport the listening monks beyond their immediate physical discomfort, helping them transcend the reality of their meager meal through the power of sacred words. Brothers often volunteered for reading duty, not just as an act of service, but as a way to contribute beauty and meaning to the communal dining experience. Communication during meals required an elaborate system of hand signals and gestures that had evolved over centuries of monastic tradition. A pointed finger toward the salt might request seasoning, while a gentle tap on the table could indicate gratitude for a shared dish. These silent conversations created an almost mystical atmosphere where brothers communicated through subtle movements that spoke volumes about their deep understanding of one another's needs and habits. The monks developed an extraordinary sensitivity to nonverbal communication, reading facial expressions and body language with the skill of master interpreters. A slight furrow of the brow might indicate digestive distress from spoiled food, while a barely perceptible nod could express appreciation for a particularly well-prepared dish. This silent language created bonds between brothers that transcended ordinary friendship, forging connections based on shared understanding and mutual care. Violations of dining etiquette were taken seriously, viewed not merely as breaches of protocol, but as failures of spiritual discipline that could contaminate the entire community's relationship with God. A brother who spoke unnecessarily during meals might face days of additional fasting, while more serious infractions could result in temporary exclusion from communal dining altogether. The shame of eating alone while brothers gathered in fellowship was considered one of the most effective punishments available to monastic authorities. The end of each meal followed the same ritualistic precision as its beginning. Brothers would sit in perfect stillness until the abbot rose, signaling the conclusion of the dining period. They would then stand in unison, their movements synchronized through years of practice, and recite closing prayers of thanksgiving. The gratitude expressed in these prayers was genuine, born from the knowledge that even their simple, often unpalatable meal was a gift from divine providence that many in the outside world could not enjoy. As the brothers filed out of the refectory in the same ordered fashion they had entered, the silence that had governed their meal continued to envelop them like a protective cloak. They carried with them not just the physical sustenance they had consumed, but the spiritual nourishment that came from participating in this ancient ritual of community, sacrifice, and devotion that connected them to countless generations of monks who had shared the same experience of transforming necessity into sacrament. The medieval monastery kitchen wasn't just a place of culinary disappointment. It was a carefully orchestrated theater of spiritual discipline, where every bland bite and every tasteless morsel served a higher purpose. Food wasn't merely sustenance in these sacred walls. It was penance made edible, suffering served on wooden trenchers, and devotion disguised as dinner. The monastic understanding of food as spiritual discipline traced its roots back to the earliest Christian hermits who retreated to the Egyptian desert. These ascetic pioneers believed that the body was a vessel that required constant mortification to purify the soul. They ate only what was necessary for survival, often subsisting on bread, water, and whatever wild plants they could forage. This extreme approach to eating became the foundation for monastic dietary philosophy throughout the medieval period. Saint Benedict, the father of Western monasticism, codified these principles in his famous rule. He prescribed that monks should eat only once a day during certain seasons, and never more than twice daily, even during the most lenient periods. But Benedict went further than simply limiting frequency. He specifically forbade the consumption of meat from four-footed animals, believing that such rich foods inflamed the passions and distracted from spiritual contemplation. The monastery refectory became a sacred space where silence reigned supreme. Monks filed in according to strict hierarchy, with the abbot at the head table and novices relegated to the furthest corners. They ate in complete silence, while one brother read aloud from religious texts, usually the lives of saints or passages from Scripture. The only sounds were the scraping of wooden spoons against earthenware bowls, and the occasional cough or sneeze that punctuated the monotonous drone of the reader's voice. Meal preparation itself was considered a form of prayer. The brother assigned to kitchen duty, known as the hebdomadarius, began his week of service with elaborate rituals. He would prostrate himself before the altar, asking for divine assistance in his humble task. The outgoing kitchen brother would ceremonially hand over the keys to the pantry and storehouse, symbolically transferring the sacred responsibility of feeding the community. The actual cooking process was deliberately kept simple and unadorned. Spices were viewed with suspicion, not just because of their expense, but because they provided pleasure that could distract from spiritual focus. Salt was permitted, but only in minimal quantities. Herbs were grown in the monastery garden, but they were used primarily for medicinal purposes rather than culinary enhancement. The goal was to create food that satisfied hunger without exciting the senses. Bread formed the cornerstone of monastic diet, but even this staple was subject to spiritual interpretation. White bread was considered a luxury reserved for feast days and important visitors. The daily bread consumed by the community was dark, coarse, and often mixed with whatever grains were available. Barley, oats, and rye were common additions that made the bread dense and difficult to digest. Some monasteries deliberately added ash or sand to their bread, believing that this additional hardship brought them closer to divine understanding. Vegetables were grown in the monastery garden according to strict seasonal patterns. Root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, and onions formed the bulk of the diet during winter months. These were often stored in underground cellars where they would gradually lose their flavor and nutritional value. By spring, the remaining vegetables were often partially rotten, but waste was considered sinful, so they were consumed regardless of their condition. The preparation of vegetables followed specific spiritual guidelines. They were typically boiled in large cauldrons with minimal seasoning, creating a watery, flavorless mass that bore little resemblance to the fresh produce from which it originated. The cooking liquid, known as pot liquor, was never discarded, but was saved to form the base for subsequent meals. This practice meant that flavors became increasingly concentrated and unpalatable over time. Legumes played a crucial role in monastic nutrition, providing necessary protein in the absence of meat. Beans, lentils, and peas were cultivated in monastery fields and stored in large quantities for winter consumption. However, these legumes were often poorly prepared, resulting in dishes that were simultaneously nutritionally inadequate and gastronomically unappetizing. The beans were frequently undercooked, creating meals that were difficult to digest and caused significant intestinal distress among the community. Fish provided the primary source of animal protein in monastic communities, but even this was subject to spiritual interpretation. Fresh fish was considered too luxurious for regular consumption, so most fish was preserved through salting, smoking, or drying. These preservation methods created intensely salty, tough products that required extensive soaking before consumption. The soaking process often took place in the same water used for multiple batches, creating a briny, fishy liquid that permeated everything it touched. The monastery's approach to dairy products reflected the same philosophy of spiritual discipline through culinary deprivation. Milk was considered too rich for regular consumption and was typically reserved for the sick or elderly. Cheese was made from whatever milk was available, but it was often poorly aged and stored in damp conditions that encouraged the growth of undesirable molds and bacteria. The resulting cheese was frequently bitter, crumbly, and possessed an overwhelming smell that could clear a refectory. Eggs were permitted on certain days, but they were often prepared in ways that minimized their palatability. Hard-boiled eggs were left to sit for days before consumption, developing a sulfurous smell and rubbery texture. Fresh eggs were considered too indulgent, so they were frequently mixed with other ingredients to create unappetizing porridges or gruels that bore little resemblance to recognizable food. The monastery's brewing operations produced ale and beer that served as daily beverages, but even these were subject to spiritual oversight. The ale was often weak, poorly fermented, and flavored with whatever herbs were available rather than traditional hops. The brewing process was frequently interrupted by prayer obligations, resulting in inconsistent fermentation and unpredictable flavors that ranged from merely unpalatable to actively offensive. Fasting periods intensified the already austere monastic diet to levels that bordered on starvation. During Lent, Advent, and other penitential seasons, the community would reduce their already minimal food intake even further. Meals might consist of nothing more than bread and water, with occasional additions of boiled vegetables or thin gruel. These extended periods of near starvation were considered spiritually beneficial, bringing the monks closer to understanding the suffering of Christ and the early Christian martyrs. The physical effects of this deliberately inadequate nutrition were severe and well documented. Monastic chronicles frequently mention brothers collapsing during prayers, suffering from various deficiency diseases, and experiencing the mental effects of prolonged malnutrition. However, these symptoms were often interpreted as signs of spiritual progress rather than medical problems requiring attention. This systematic approach to culinary suffering created a unique food culture where taste, nutrition, and pleasure were deliberately sacrificed in pursuit of spiritual purification. Every meal became an opportunity for penance, every bite a reminder of earthly suffering, and every empty stomach a step closer to divine understanding. The monastic calendar brought its own particular challenges to the already difficult task of feeding a community. Each season arrived with its own set of culinary trials, transforming the monastery kitchen into a stage where the drama of survival played out in endless, monotonous acts. Spring emerged as perhaps the cruelest season of all. The previous year's stores had dwindled to their final dregs, leaving monks to subsist on the very last of their preserved foods. These final remnants bore little resemblance to anything that might have once been considered palatable. Salt pork had transformed into leather-like strips that required hours of soaking before they could even be chewed. Dried peas had become so hard that they rattled like stones in their storage sacks. The monastery gardens offered little relief during these early spring months. Root vegetables that had survived the winter emerged from their storage pits as withered, sprouting shadows of their former selves. Turnips had developed woody cores surrounded by bitter, fibrous flesh. Carrots had become twisted and bitter, their sweetness long since converted to starch, and then to an almost inedible toughness. Fresh herbs remained weeks away from harvest, leaving the kitchen brothers to work with the final pinches of dried seasonings that had lost most of their potency over the long winter months. These precious remnants were hoarded like gold dust, added to pots in quantities so small they provided more psychological comfort than actual flavor. The arrival of summer brought its own unique torments. While fresh vegetables finally began to appear in the monastery gardens, the season's heat created new challenges for food preservation and preparation. The kitchen, already stifling from its constant fires, became an inferno during the summer months. Brothers assigned to cooking duties would emerge from their shifts drenched in sweat, their robes clinging to their bodies like damp shrouds. Fresh milk, when available, would sour within hours during the hottest days. The monastery's attempts at cheese-making became exercises in racing against time and temperature. Many batches would spoil before they could properly cure, leaving behind putrid masses that had to be buried in the monastery's waste pits. Meat presented even greater challenges during the summer heat. Without reliable refrigeration, any fresh meat had to be consumed immediately or preserved through smoking or salting. The smoking process filled the monastery with thick, acrid clouds that would linger for days, seeping into every corner and crevice of the buildings. Vegetables from the garden, while fresh, often arrived at the kitchen covered in dirt and crawling with insects. The cleaning process was laborious and imperfect. Sand and grit frequently made their way into the final dishes, providing an unwelcome crunch to every meal. Cabbage leaves harbored caterpillars that would sometimes survive the cooking process, emerging as unpleasant surprises in the monks' bowls. The monastery's brewing activities also suffered during the summer months. Beer, a crucial part of the monastic diet, would ferment too quickly in the heat, often resulting in bitter, overcarbonated brews that caused digestive distress. The brothers responsible for brewing would anxiously tend their vats, knowing that a few degrees too warm could ruin weeks of work. Autumn brought the frantic rush of harvest and preservation. This season transformed the monastery into a hive of activity as brothers worked desperately to prepare for the coming winter. The pressure to preserve as much food as possible often led to shortcuts and compromises that would affect the quality of food for months to come. Fruits were dried in massive quantities, but the process was imperfect and inconsistent. Some pieces would dry too quickly, becoming hard and bitter. Others would retain too much moisture, leading to mold and spoilage that could contaminate entire batches. The monastery's storage areas would fill with the sweet, cloying smell of fermenting fruit that hadn't dried properly. The slaughter of animals for winter meat created its own challenges. The monastery would suddenly be flooded with more fresh meat than could be consumed quickly. The preservation process had to begin immediately, with brothers working in shifts to salt, smoke, and cure as much meat as possible. The quality of this preservation work would determine whether the community would have edible protein or inedible scraps come winter. Vegetables were pickled in enormous quantities, but the pickling process was more art than science. Too little salt, and the vegetables would rot. Too much, and they would become inedibly salty. The monastery's stores would fill with barrels of pickled vegetables of wildly varying quality, from barely edible to completely inedible. Winter brought the monastery full circle to its most challenging season. The cold that preserved food also made cooking more difficult and expensive. Fuel for fires became precious, leading to longer cooking times with lower heat that often resulted in unevenly cooked food. Stews would be served with raw centers and overcooked edges, creating textural nightmares that the hungry monks had no choice but to consume. The monastery's water sources would sometimes freeze, forcing brothers to melt snow or ice for cooking and cleaning. This water often carried its own unpleasant flavors and impurities, adding another layer of unpalatability to every dish prepared with it. Root vegetables stored in the monastery cellars would begin to sprout and rot as winter progressed. Brothers would spend precious time cutting away spoiled portions, often leaving behind vegetables that were more whole than substance. These damaged vegetables would be thrown into communal pots where their off flavors would contaminate entire meals. The monastery's grain stores, so carefully preserved in autumn, would begin to show signs of pest infestation as winter wore on. Weevils and other insects would multiply in the dark, warm storage areas, leaving behind their larvae and waste products mixed throughout the grain. Bread made from this contaminated flour would have an unpleasant crunch and bitter aftertaste that no amount of prayer could make palatable. Each season thus brought its own particular form of culinary suffering to the monastic community. The monks learned to endure not just the monotony of their restricted diet, but also the seasonal variations in that monotony. Spring brought hunger and desperation. Summer brought spoilage and heat. Autumn brought frantic preservation efforts. And winter brought the slow consumption of increasingly degraded stores. This endless cycle of seasonal food challenges became as much a part of monastic life as the daily prayers and contemplations that structured their spiritual existence. The monastic experience of food varied dramatically across different regions of medieval Europe, creating a patchwork of culinary traditions that reflected local climates, agricultural practices, and cultural influences. While the rule of Saint Benedict provided universal guidelines, the practical reality of monastery kitchens differed significantly between the fog-shrouded abbeys of northern England and the sun-baked cloisters of southern Italy. In the monasteries of northern Europe, particularly in England, Scotland, and Scandinavia, the harsh climate and shorter growing seasons created unique challenges for monastic communities. These northern houses relied heavily on preserved foods during the long winter months, developing sophisticated techniques for smoking, salting, and storing provisions. The typical northern monastery maintained extensive root cellars carved deep into the earth, where turnips, parsnips, and other hardy vegetables could survive the freezing temperatures. English monasteries became particularly renowned for their brewing traditions, not out of indulgence, but from necessity. The local water sources were often contaminated or unreliable, making ale and weak beer safer alternatives for daily consumption. The monks perfected recipes for small beer with low alcohol content suitable for regular drinking, while stronger brews were reserved for special occasions and honored guests. The northern monasteries also developed unique relationships with dairy production. In regions where cattle could graze year-round, such as parts of Ireland and western England, monasteries became centers of cheese-making expertise. The monks created aged cheeses that could provide protein and fat during the lean winter months, developing techniques that would influence regional cheese traditions for centuries to come. Fish played a crucial role in northern monastic diets, but the varieties and preparation methods differed significantly from their southern counterparts. Coastal monasteries in Scotland and northern England had access to abundant herring, which they salted and packed in barrels for year-round consumption. Inland houses often maintained elaborate fish ponds, stocking them with carp, pike, and other freshwater species that could survive the cold northern waters. The spice trade reached these northern monasteries differently as well. While expensive imported spices were used sparingly and primarily for medicinal purposes, the monks cultivated extensive herb gardens featuring cold hardy varieties. Monasteries in England and Germany became famous for their cultivation of herbs like sage, thyme, and rosemary, which could survive harsh winters and provide both flavoring and healing properties. Moving south to the monasteries of France, we encounter a different culinary landscape shaped by more temperate climates and diverse agricultural regions. French monasteries, particularly those in Burgundy and the Loire Valley, had access to better wine-growing conditions, leading to different interpretations of the rules regarding alcohol consumption. These houses often maintained their own vineyards, producing wines not only for religious ceremonies, but also for daily consumption and trade. The French monastic tradition also emphasized bread making to a degree unseen in other regions. The fertile grain-growing regions of northern France allowed monasteries to experiment with different types of bread, from coarse dark loaves made with rye and barley to finer white breads reserved for the abbot's table and important visitors. The techniques developed in these monastic bakeries would later influence the development of French bread traditions. French monasteries also had better access to diverse vegetables and fruits. The longer growing seasons allowed for cultivation of crops that struggled in northern climates, including various beans, peas, and leafy greens. Many French houses maintained extensive kitchen gardens with carefully planned crop rotations, ensuring fresh vegetables for much of the year. The monasteries of the Mediterranean region presented yet another distinct culinary culture. In Italy, Spain, and southern France, the abundant sunshine and fertile soils created opportunities for agricultural diversity that northern houses could only dream of. These southern monasteries cultivated olive trees, providing oil for cooking, lighting, and religious ceremonies. The olive oil replaced the animal fats commonly used in northern cooking, creating lighter, more digestible meals. Italian monasteries, particularly those in Tuscany and Umbria, developed sophisticated relationships with local wine production, while maintaining the prescribed limits on consumption. These houses often became centers of viticultural knowledge, improving grape varieties and winemaking techniques. The wines produced in monastic vineyards were often considered among the finest in their regions. The Mediterranean monasteries also had access to citrus fruits, which provided essential vitamins during winter months when fresh vegetables were scarce. Lemon and orange trees thrived in the protected courtyards of southern houses, and the monks developed techniques for preserving citrus fruits and incorporating them into both food and medicine. Spice availability differed dramatically in southern monasteries. Their proximity to major trading ports meant better access to imported spices from the east, though these remained expensive luxuries used primarily for medicinal purposes and special occasions. However, the local herb traditions were equally rich, with Mediterranean monasteries cultivating basil, oregano, and other aromatic plants that would become staples of regional cuisine. The preservation techniques in southern monasteries also reflected their climate advantages. Rather than relying heavily on smoking and salting, these houses could use sun-drying methods for fruits and vegetables. The abundant sunshine allowed for natural dehydration of tomatoes, herbs, and other produce, creating concentrated flavors that could enhance simple monastic meals. Perhaps most significantly, the southern monasteries maintained different relationships with fish consumption. Coastal houses in Italy and Spain had access to Mediterranean seafood varieties unknown in northern waters. The preparation methods reflected local traditions, with more emphasis on olive oil-based cooking rather than the butter, and lard common in northern kitchens. These regional differences created distinct monastic culinary identities that persisted for centuries. A monk traveling from a northern English abbey to a southern Italian monastery would encounter not just different ingredients, but entirely different approaches to food preparation, preservation, and consumption. Yet all remained bound by the same fundamental principles of simplicity, sufficiency, and spiritual purpose that defined monastic dining across medieval Europe. The regional variations in monastic food culture demonstrate how universal religious principles adapted to local conditions, creating rich traditions that reflected both spiritual devotion and practical necessity. These differences would continue to influence European culinary development long after the medieval period ended. When harvests failed and granaries emptied, medieval monasteries faced their greatest culinary challenges. These periods of scarcity revealed both the fragility of monastic food systems and the remarkable adaptability of religious communities under pressure. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1322 stands as perhaps the most devastating food crisis of the medieval period. Across Europe, monasteries that had maintained stable food supplies for centuries suddenly found themselves scrambling for basic sustenance. The detailed records kept by monastic scribes provide us with harrowing accounts of how these institutions adapted their dietary practices during times of extreme scarcity. At Cluny Abbey during the famine years, the cellars' records show a dramatic shift in food procurement strategies. Where once the monastery had relied on its own agricultural production and established trade relationships, the brothers were forced to send foraging parties into the surrounding countryside. These expeditions, led by the most knowledgeable herbalists among the community, searched for wild plants, roots, and anything edible that could supplement their dwindling stores. The monastery's usual bread, made from wheat and barley, became an impossible luxury. Instead, the bakers experimented with whatever grains they could acquire. Oats, typically reserved for horses, became a staple ingredient. Rye, when available, was mixed with ground acorns, chestnuts, and even sawdust to extend the limited supplies. The resulting loaves were dense, bitter, and often difficult to digest, but they provided essential calories during the darkest months. Brother Thomas of Canterbury, writing during the famine, described the monastery's desperate attempts to maintain some semblance of their regular meal schedule. The community reduced their daily meals from 3 to 2, then eventually to 1 substantial meal per day. Even this single meal often consisted of little more than a thin porridge made from whatever grains could be found, flavored with foraged herbs, and occasionally supplemented with small amounts of preserved meat from the monastery's emergency stores. The hierarchical nature of monastic dining became even more pronounced during food shortages. While the abbot and senior monks might still receive slightly larger portions or access to any remaining higher quality foods, the general community shared equally in the scarcity. This egalitarian approach to hunger, while admirable in principle, meant that the entire community suffered together rather than protecting the health of key individuals who might have been better positioned to lead recovery efforts. Monasteries developed sophisticated rationing systems during these crises. The cellarer would carefully measure out daily portions for each member of the community, adjusting quantities based on available supplies and the estimated duration of the shortage. These calculations required remarkable mathematical precision, as miscalculations could mean the difference between survival and starvation for the entire community. The preservation techniques that monasteries had developed during times of plenty became crucial survival tools during famines. Salt-cured meats, dried vegetables, and fermented foods that had been stored in monastery cellars provided essential nutrition when fresh foods became unavailable. However, these preserved foods often had to be rationed so carefully that they provided only minimal nutritional value, leading to widespread malnutrition within monastic communities. Water sources became equally critical during food shortages. Monasteries that had invested in sophisticated water management systems found themselves at a significant advantage. Clean water allowed for the preparation of thin broths and gruels that could make small amounts of food stretch further. Communities with contaminated water sources faced the additional challenge of waterborne illnesses, weakening already malnourished populations. The social dynamics within monasteries shifted dramatically during periods of scarcity. The usual complaints about food quality gave way to grateful acceptance of whatever sustenance was available. The monastic virtue of humility took on new meaning as brothers learned to appreciate the most basic provisions. Prayer before meals became more fervent, with communities offering extended gratitude for even the smallest portions of food. Some monasteries developed innovative solutions to food shortages that demonstrated remarkable ingenuity. The monks of St. Denis Abbey created detailed foraging guides, documenting which wild plants were safe to eat and how to prepare them. These guides included information about seasonal availability, proper harvesting techniques, and cooking methods that could make otherwise unpalatable plants more digestible. The monastery's relationship with surrounding communities often became strained during food shortages. Institutions that had previously provided charity to local populations found themselves unable to offer assistance. In some cases, desperate monasteries competed with local villagers for the same scarce resources, creating tension between religious communities and their secular neighbors. Medical knowledge within monasteries proved invaluable during these crises. Monk physicians understood the symptoms of malnutrition and developed treatments using available herbs and plants. They created tonics and remedies designed to help community members maintain their health despite inadequate nutrition. These medical interventions often meant the difference between survival and death for the most vulnerable members of the community. The psychological impact of prolonged food shortages affected monastic communities in profound ways. The constant preoccupation with finding and preparing food disrupted traditional prayer schedules and contemplative practices. Some monasteries reported that brothers became obsessed with food-related thoughts, making it difficult to maintain the spiritual focus that was central to monastic life. Recovery from major food shortages could take years, even after harvests improved. Monasteries had to rebuild their food stores, replace depleted livestock, and restore their agricultural systems. The institutional memory of these crises influenced monastery planning for generations, with communities investing more heavily in diverse food sources and emergency preparations. The written records from these periods of scarcity provide invaluable insights into medieval nutrition and survival strategies. Monastic chroniclers documented not only what foods were consumed during crises, but also their effects on community health, morale, and spiritual life. These accounts reveal the complex relationship between physical sustenance and religious devotion in medieval monastic communities. As we drift deeper into this exploration of monastic hardship, imagine the quiet desperation of communities that had dedicated their lives to spiritual contemplation, now forced to focus basic human need for sustenance. The gentle scraping of wooden spoons against empty bowls echoes through monastery halls, a sound that would haunt these communities long after the famines ended. Even in the austere world of medieval monasteries, there were moments when the usual restrictions on food loosened their grip. Religious feast days, visits from important church officials, and major celebrations brought temporary reprieve from the daily monotony of bread, porridge, and watery ale. These occasions revealed both the monastery's capacity for abundance and the stark contrast with everyday monastic dining. The most significant feasts occurred during major religious holidays. Christmas, Easter, and Pentecost transformed monastic kitchens into bustling centers of activity. Weeks before these celebrations, monks would begin preparations that seemed almost miraculous compared to their usual culinary efforts. The abbey's stores, carefully rationed throughout the year, would finally open to reveal preserved meats, aged cheeses, and precious spices that had been hoarded for these special moments. During Christmas celebrations, monasteries would attempt to recreate something resembling the abundance of secular noble feasts, though always within the bounds of religious propriety. The main hall, usually echoing with the quiet sounds of simple meals, would fill with the aroma of roasted meats. Pork, beef, and sometimes even exotic fowl would grace the tables, prepared with herbs and spices that made their rare appearances from locked storage rooms. The preparation of feast meals revealed the hidden culinary knowledge within monastic communities. Brother cooks, who spent most of the year boiling grains and vegetables, would suddenly demonstrate skills in roasting, seasoning, and presentation that had been dormant for months. These men had often entered monastic life with knowledge of cooking from their secular backgrounds, and feast days allowed them to exercise these suppressed talents. Wine flowed more freely during religious celebrations, though still within carefully controlled limits. The monastery's own vineyards, if they possessed them, would contribute their finest vintages. The quality of monastic wine varied dramatically depending on the skill of the brother vintners and the suitability of local growing conditions. Some monasteries produced wines that rivaled those of secular estates, while others created beverages that were barely more palatable than their daily ale. Bread during feast times transformed from the usual course, dark loaves into something approaching delicacy. White bread, made from carefully sifted flour, would appear on tables where brown bread normally dominated. The contrast was striking to monks accustomed to the rough texture and bitter taste of everyday bread. These white loaves, soft and mild, represented luxury within the monastic context, though they would have been considered ordinary fare in wealthy secular households. The social dynamics of feast meals differed markedly from regular monastic dining. The usual silence that characterized meals gave way to controlled conversation and even occasional laughter. The abbot might share stories or deliver special addresses that broke the monotony of standard religious readings. These moments of relaxed social interaction provided psychological relief from the isolation and restraint that defined most monastic meals. Special occasions also brought visitors to monasteries, and these guests necessitated elevated culinary efforts. When bishops, abbots from other monasteries, or wealthy benefactors arrived, the kitchen would scramble to produce meals that reflected well on the community's hospitality. These visitor meals often pushed monastic cooking to its limits, requiring techniques and ingredients that stretched the brothers' capabilities. The contrast between feast meals and regular fare created complex psychological effects within monastic communities. Some monks looked forward to these occasions with anticipation that bordered on the secular pleasure they had supposedly renounced. Others found the temporary abundance spiritually troubling, viewing it as a dangerous reminder of worldly pleasures they had committed to abandoning. Preparation for feast meals often began days in advance, transforming the usual rhythm of monastic life. Brothers who normally spent their time in prayer, study, or manual labor would be reassigned to kitchen duties. The herb gardens would be harvested more extensively. Storage rooms would be opened and inventoried, and the kitchen would buzz with activity that contrasted sharply with its usual quiet efficiency. The aftermath of feast meals presented its own challenges. Monks accustomed to simple, easily digestible foods often found themselves uncomfortable after consuming richer fare. Stomachs adapted to porridge and vegetables would rebel against fatty meats and heavy sauces. The return to regular meals after feast days could feel particularly harsh, making the usual fare seem even more bland and unsatisfying than before. Some monasteries developed reputations for their feast day cooking, attracting visitors who came specifically to experience these special meals. This created a tension between monastic ideals of humility and the pride that naturally arose from culinary success. Abbots had to balance the desire to honor guests and celebrate religious occasions with the need to maintain appropriate monastic simplicity. The economic impact of feast meals strained monastic budgets significantly. The cost of special ingredients, additional fuel for extended cooking, and the labor hours diverted from other productive activities created financial pressures that some communities struggled to manage. Poorer monasteries might limit feast meals to only the most important religious holidays, while wealthier establishments could afford more frequent celebrations. Regional variations in feast day foods reflected local traditions and available ingredients. Monasteries near the sea might feature fish dishes that inland communities could never replicate. Those in wine-producing regions would offer superior beverages, while communities in grain-rich areas might excel in bread and pastry preparations. These regional differences created distinct monastic culinary traditions that persisted across centuries. The memory of feast meals sustained monks through long periods of culinary monotony. brothers would recall particularly successful celebrations, sharing quiet conversations about memorable dishes or especially pleasant occasions. These memories became part of monastic oral tradition, passed down through generations of brothers who found comfort in stories of temporary abundance within their world of deliberate scarcity. As we drift deeper into sleep, let these images of occasional monastic abundance fade into the background of your consciousness. The contrast between feast and famine, celebration and routine, abundance and scarcity becomes just another gentle rhythm in the long, slow breathing of medieval monastic life, where even moments of plenty carried their own quiet burdens and simple joys. The inevitable consequence of these questionable food practices was a monastery population, perpetually battling various forms of digestive distress and food-related ailments. The infirmary records from medieval monasteries paint a rather grim picture of the health challenges faced by these religious communities, with stomach complaints, digestive disorders, and food poisoning incidents appearing with alarming regularity in the daily chronicles of monastic life. Ergotism, caused by consuming rye contaminated with ergot fungus, was perhaps one of the most dramatic and terrifying food-related illnesses that could strike a monastery. The fungus, which grew readily on rye stored in damp conditions, contained compounds that caused hallucinations, convulsions, and in severe cases, gangrene of the extremities. Monks afflicted with ergotism would experience what they often interpreted as religious visions, not realizing that their mystical experiences were actually the result of consuming contaminated bread. The condition was so common that it earned the name St. Anthony's fire, and entire monasteries could be affected simultaneously when a contaminated batch of grain was processed into bread. Scurvy resulting from vitamin C deficiency was another persistent problem in monastic communities, particularly during the long winter months when fresh fruits and vegetables were scarce. Monks would develop bleeding gums, loose teeth, and skin problems, often attributing these symptoms to divine punishment rather than dietary deficiency. The monastic emphasis on fasting and dietary restriction often exacerbated these nutritional deficiencies, as monks would voluntarily limit their intake of foods that might have provided essential vitamins and minerals. Dysentery and other intestinal disorders were constant companions in medieval monasteries, spread through contaminated water supplies and poor sanitation practices. The communal nature of monastic life meant that when one monk fell ill with a digestive ailment, it could quickly spread through the entire community. The shared latrines, common eating vessels, and close living quarters created ideal conditions for the transmission of waterborne and foodborne pathogens that caused severe diarrhea, dehydration, and in many cases, death. Food poisoning from spoiled meat was a regular occurrence, particularly during the warmer months when preservation methods proved inadequate. Monks would consume meat that had begun to putrefy, either out of necessity or because the signs of spoilage were not immediately apparent. The resulting illness could range from mild stomach upset to severe poisoning that left monks bedridden for weeks. The monastic infirmaries developed various herbal remedies to treat these conditions, though their effectiveness was limited by the lack of understanding about the bacterial causes of food poisoning. Parasitic infections were endemic in medieval monasteries, transmitted through undercooked meat and contaminated water. Tapeworms, roundworms, and other intestinal parasites would establish themselves in the digestive systems of monks, causing malnutrition, abdominal pain, and chronic digestive problems. The monastic physicians of the time had little understanding of parasitology and often attributed these symptoms to spiritual causes rather than recognizing them as the result of poor food hygiene and inadequate cooking practices. The consumption of rancid oils and fats led to another category of health problems in monastic communities. Oils used for cooking and food preparation would become rancid over time, especially when stored in inadequate conditions. Consuming these oxidized fats caused digestive upset and may have contributed to various inflammatory conditions. The monks had no understanding of the chemical processes that caused oils to become rancid, and they often continued using these deteriorated cooking mediums until they became obviously unpalatable. Malnutrition was a persistent issue in many monasteries, not necessarily due to lack of food, but due to the poor quality and limited variety of the available diet. Monks often suffered from deficiencies in protein, vitamins, and minerals, leading to conditions such as anemia, night blindness, and various skin disorders. The monastic emphasis on simple, humble foods often meant that nutritionally dense foods were avoided in favor of basic grains and vegetables that provided calories but lacked essential nutrients. Alcoholic beverages, while safer than water in many cases, presented their own health challenges in monastic communities. The weak ales and wines that monks consumed daily could still cause intoxication when consumed in large quantities, and the fermentation process sometimes produced harmful byproducts. Additionally, the containers used for storing and serving alcoholic beverages were often inadequately cleaned, leading to contamination and off flavors that could cause digestive upset. The monastic infirmaries developed an extensive pharmacopoeia of herbal remedies to treat these various food-related ailments, though their effectiveness was often limited by the lack of understanding about the underlying causes of illness. Monks would be treated with various plant-based medicines, many of which had some therapeutic value, but the fundamental problems of food safety and hygiene remained largely unaddressed. The cycle of illness and treatment continued throughout the medieval period, each generation of monks facing the same health challenges as their predecessors. Perhaps most tragically, the monks themselves often viewed these recurring illnesses as tests of faith or divine punishment, rather than recognizing them as preventable consequences of poor food handling and preparation practices. This spiritual interpretation of illness meant that little effort was made to identify and address the root causes of these health problems, perpetuating a cycle of suffering that could have been significantly reduced with better understanding of food safety principles. The cumulative effect of these various food-related health issues was a monastic population that was often weakened, malnourished, and struggling with chronic digestive problems. The very communities that were supposed to represent the pinnacle of spiritual discipline and physical restraint were instead plagued by the consequences of inadequate nutrition and poor food hygiene, creating a stark contrast between their spiritual aspirations and their physical reality. By the 12th century, the growing wealth and comfort of many monasteries had created a problem that reformers could no longer ignore. The simple meals of bread, vegetables, and water that had sustained the Desert Fathers now seemed like distant memories in monasteries where abbots dined on multiple courses and wine flowed freely at every meal. The Cluniac reforms of the 10th and 11th centuries had initially focused on liturgical practices and monastic discipline, but they inevitably turned their attention to the dining hall. The reformers argued that elaborate meals distracted monks from their spiritual duties and violated the fundamental principle of monastic poverty. They pointed to monasteries where the kitchen staff outnumbered the choir monks, where exotic spices arrived regularly from distant lands, and where feast days had become excuses for culinary excess. The Cistercian movement, founded in 1098, represented the most radical dietary reform of the medieval period. These white monks, as they became known, rejected not just the elaborate cuisine of their Benedictine predecessors, but also their entire approach to monastic life. They established their monasteries in remote wilderness areas, deliberately choosing locations where luxury would be impossible and self-sufficiency would be essential. Under the leadership of Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, the Cistercians developed a comprehensive dietary philosophy that went far beyond simple menu restrictions. They viewed every meal as an opportunity for spiritual discipline, every bite of food as a reminder of their dependence on divine providence. Their dining halls became laboratories for testing the limits of human endurance and spiritual commitment. The Cistercian diet was deliberately harsh by the standards of their time. They eliminated meat entirely from their regular meals, even rejecting the fish that other monastic orders considered acceptable. Their bread was made from coarse grains, often mixed with bran and other additives that made it difficult to digest. Vegetables were boiled without seasoning, served at temperatures that made them barely palatable, and portioned in quantities that left monks constantly aware of their hunger. But the Cistercians went beyond mere dietary restrictions. They transformed the very rhythm of eating into a spiritual exercise. Meals were consumed in complete silence, with one monk reading aloud from religious texts while others ate. The reading was deliberately chosen to focus the mind on spiritual matters, often featuring passages about fasting, self-denial, and the temporary nature of earthly pleasures. The physical arrangement of Cistercian dining halls reflected their dietary philosophy. Tables were arranged to prevent casual conversation. Benches were deliberately uncomfortable to discourage lingering over meals, and the lighting was kept dim to minimize the visual appeal of food. Even the serving vessels were chosen for functionality rather than beauty, with rough wooden bowls and simple iron spoons replacing the decorated pottery and silver implements found in wealthier monasteries. The impact of these reforms extended far beyond the Cistercian order itself. Other monastic communities, embarrassed by the contrast between their own comfortable lifestyles and the obvious devotion of the white monks, began implementing their own dietary restrictions. The Premonstratensians adopted similar rules about meat consumption, while various Benedictine houses introduced regular fasting days and simplified their meal preparations. However, the reality of implementing such strict dietary reforms proved more complex than the reformers had anticipated. The human body's nutritional needs didn't disappear simply because monks had taken vows of poverty and self-denial. Cistercian monasteries began reporting higher rates of illness, particularly digestive disorders and conditions related to malnutrition. Younger monks, still growing physically, suffered particularly severe effects from the restricted diet. The reformers responded to these health challenges with characteristic determination, viewing physical suffering as evidence of spiritual progress rather than cause for concern. They developed elaborate theological justifications for their dietary practices, arguing that bodily weakness strengthened the soul, and that hunger pangs were reminders of humanity's fallen state. Some Cistercian writers even claimed that their restricted diet enhanced their ability to experience mystical visions and divine revelations. But practical considerations eventually forced even the most committed reformers to make accommodations. Cistercian monasteries began developing sophisticated systems for categorizing different types of food and different circumstances that might justify dietary modifications. Sick monks were allowed meat broth, though not solid meat. Elderly brothers received additional portions of bread and access to wine for medicinal purposes. Monks engaged in particularly demanding physical labor were permitted extra meals, though these were still restricted to approved foods. The seasonal nature of medieval agriculture created additional complications for reformed monasteries. During harvest time, when all available hands were needed in the fields, the normal meal schedule became impractical. monks working from dawn to dusk required more substantial nutrition than the regular diet provided. This led to the development of special harvest rations, temporary modifications to fasting rules, and complex calculations about which seasonal foods were acceptable under which circumstances. Perhaps most challenging for the reformers were the social obligations that came with monastic hospitality. Even the most austere Cistercian monastery was expected to provide appropriate meals for visiting bishops, traveling nobles, and other important guests. The rule of Saint Benedict specifically commanded generous hospitality, but this created obvious tensions with dietary reforms aimed at eliminating luxury and excess from monastic life. The solution developed by reformed monasteries was a system of parallel dining arrangements. Regular monks continued to eat their simple, restricted meals in the main refectory, while guests and important visitors were served more elaborate fare in separate guest quarters. This arrangement preserved the principle of monastic austerity while fulfilling social obligations, but it also created a visible reminder of the different standards applied to different classes of people within the monastic community. The long-term impact of these medieval dietary reforms extended far beyond the monasteries themselves. The Cistercian emphasis on agricultural self-sufficiency led to innovations in farming techniques, food preservation methods, and land management practices that influenced secular society for centuries. Their systematic approach to nutrition, though flawed by modern standards, represented one of the first attempts to develop a comprehensive dietary philosophy based on both spiritual and practical considerations. By the 13th century, even the most reformed monasteries had begun to moderate their dietary extremes. The Black Death, recurring famines, and changing social conditions made the luxury of voluntary starvation seem less spiritually meaningful and more practically dangerous. But the reform movements had permanently changed monastic culture, establishing principles of dietary discipline and spiritual focus that would continue to influence religious communities throughout the medieval period and beyond. Beyond the monastery walls, the relationship between monastic communities and food extended far beyond their own sustenance. Medieval monasteries served as crucial centers of food distribution and charity, their kitchens producing not only meals for the religious community, but also sustenance for the countless poor, pilgrims, and travelers who sought their aid. The practice of monastic charity was deeply rooted in Christian doctrine, with the feeding of the hungry considered one of the fundamental works of mercy. Most monasteries maintained what was known as the almonry, a dedicated space where food was distributed to those in need. The almoner, typically a senior monk appointed to this role, oversaw the daily distribution of bread, soup, and other basic provisions to lines of waiting poor. This charitable obligation placed enormous strain on monastic food resources. Large monasteries might feed hundreds of additional mouths daily, requiring careful calculation and planning to ensure both the community and their dependents were adequately nourished. The quality of food distributed to the poor was generally inferior to what the monks themselves consumed, consisting primarily of coarse bread, thin porridge, and vegetable broths made from kitchen scraps and leftover ingredients. The timing of charitable food distribution followed strict schedules, usually occurring after the community's own meals were served. Poor families would gather at monastery gates in the early morning and again in the evening, carrying bowls, pots, and whatever containers they possessed to receive their daily rations. Children often waited alongside their parents, their hollow cheeks and thin frames testament to the chronic hunger that plagued medieval society's most vulnerable members. Pilgrims represented another significant drain on monastic food resources. Medieval Europe's extensive pilgrimage routes brought countless travelers to monastery doors, each expecting hospitality according to Christian tradition. The guest master, responsible for accommodating these visitors, had to balance the monastery's charitable obligations with their limited resources, often serving simple meals of bread, cheese, and ale to weary travelers. The preparation of charitable food required its own dedicated labor force. Kitchen servants and lay brothers worked additional hours, preparing large quantities of basic foods suitable for distribution. Enormous cauldrons bubbled with thin soups made from bones, vegetable peelings, and whatever grains could be spared. These charitable kitchens operated with military-like efficiency, producing hundreds of portions with minimal ingredients and maximum speed. Seasonal variations dramatically affected the monastery's ability to provide charity. During harvest time, when granaries were full and fresh produce abundant, charitable portions might include better bread, seasonal vegetables, and even small amounts of meat. However, during the lean months of late winter and early spring, when stored provisions ran low, charitable food became increasingly meager, sometimes consisting of little more than watery gruel and stale bread crusts. The social dynamics surrounding monastic food charity were complex and sometimes tense. Regular recipients developed informal hierarchies, with elderly poor, mothers with young children, and local residents often receiving preferential treatment over transient beggars and foreign pilgrims. Fights occasionally broke out among hungry recipients, forcing monastery officials to implement strict rules about queuing, portion sizes, and acceptable behavior during distribution. Some monasteries developed innovative approaches to food charity, establishing what were essentially medieval soup kitchens that operated on specific days of the week. These institutions served hundreds of meals simultaneously, requiring careful organization and substantial resources. The food served was deliberately plain and filling, rather than appetizing, designed to sustain life rather than provide pleasure, reflecting the medieval understanding that charity should meet basic needs without encouraging dependency. The economic impact of charitable food distribution on monastic communities was substantial. Historical records from larger monasteries show that charitable obligations could consume up to 1/3 of their total food production, representing an enormous financial burden. This charitable work required not only food, but also fuel for cooking, vessels for serving, and additional labor for preparation and distribution, creating ongoing expenses that strained monastic budgets. Monastic charity also extended to providing food during times of crisis. During famines, plagues, or military conflicts, monasteries often served as emergency food distribution centers for entire regions. Their stored provisions, accumulated through careful planning and agricultural surplus, could mean the difference between life and death for surrounding communities. These emergency distributions required monasteries to make difficult decisions about depleting their own reserves to save others. The quality control of charitable food presented unique challenges. While monks might tolerate slightly spoiled or inferior food for themselves as part of their ascetic practice, distributing contaminated food to the poor could cause widespread illness and death. Monastery officials had to carefully inspect charitable food supplies, balancing their desire to waste nothing with their responsibility to avoid poisoning those they sought to help. Documentation of charitable food distribution provides fascinating insights into medieval social conditions. Monastery records meticulously tracked the number of poor fed daily, the quantities of food distributed, and the seasonal variations in demand. These records reveal the grinding poverty that characterized medieval life for the majority of the population, with many families dependent on monastic charity for survival during difficult periods. The preparation of charitable food also served as training for novice monks and lay brothers, teaching them practical skills in large-scale cooking and food management. Working in the charitable kitchens was considered valuable service, combining practical labor with spiritual merit. Many young religious spent months learning to efficiently prepare basic foods in enormous quantities, skills that served them throughout their monastic careers. As you drift deeper into sleep, imagine the long lines of hungry, poor waiting patiently at monastery gates, their empty bowls reflecting both desperation and hope. Picture the steam rising from enormous cauldrons of simple soup, the rhythmic ladling of portions into outstretched containers, and the quiet gratitude of those receiving sustenance. In this world of medieval charity, food represented far more than mere nutrition. It embodied Christian compassion, social responsibility, and the complex relationship between religious communities and the broader society they served, creating a system of support that sustained countless lives through the harsh realities of medieval existence. The 14th and 15th centuries brought winds of change to monastic kitchens across Europe. These transformations didn't happen overnight, but rather crept in like morning mist through monastery walls, gradually altering centuries-old traditions of culinary deprivation. The Black Death of 1347 to 1351 had devastated European populations, leaving monasteries with fewer mouths to feed, but also fewer hands to work the fields. This demographic shift forced many religious communities to reconsider their approach to food and sustenance. With labor shortages affecting agricultural production, monks found themselves needing more substantial nutrition to maintain their increasingly demanding physical work. Simultaneously, the rise of mendicant orders like the Franciscans and Dominicans challenged traditional Benedictine approaches to monastic life. These newer orders, while maintaining vows of poverty, often took more pragmatic approaches to nutrition. They recognized that malnourished monks made poor preachers and ineffective scholars, leading to gradual relaxations in dietary restrictions. Trade networks had also expanded significantly by the late medieval period. Spices that were once impossibly rare began appearing in monastery storerooms with increasing frequency. Black pepper, cinnamon, ginger, and cloves started finding their way into monastic recipes, not as luxuries, but as practical additions that could preserve food longer and make unpalatable ingredients more digestible. The influence of university culture cannot be understated in these changes. Many monasteries had become centers of learning, hosting scholars and students who brought with them different expectations about food quality. These intellectual communities required better nutrition to support their scholarly work, and gradually, monastery kitchens began adapting to meet these needs. Record keeping from this period reveals fascinating details about evolving monastic menus. The Abbey of Saint-Denis near Paris began incorporating more vegetables into their daily meals, moving beyond the traditional porridge and bread foundation. Root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, and early carrots became regular features, providing essential vitamins that had been lacking in earlier monastic diets. Fish preparation techniques also improved dramatically during this period. Monks developed more sophisticated methods for preserving and preparing their catches, moving beyond simple boiling to include techniques like smoking, pickling in vinegar, and even early forms of what we might recognize as fish pies. These innovations made fish meals more palatable and nutritionally diverse. The introduction of new cooking vessels made significant differences in food quality. Iron pots and pans became more common in monastery kitchens, replacing the crude earthenware that had dominated earlier periods. These metal implements allowed for more even heating and better temperature control, resulting in food that was less likely to burn or remain undercooked. Bread-making techniques evolved considerably as well. Monasteries began experimenting with different grain combinations, mixing wheat with barley, oats, and rye to create more complex flavors and improved nutritional profiles. The introduction of better yeast cultivation methods meant that bread could rise more consistently, producing loaves that were less dense and more digestible than their earlier counterparts. Herb gardens became more sophisticated and diverse during this period. Monasteries expanded their cultivation beyond basic medicinal herbs to include culinary varieties like sage, thyme, rosemary, and early forms of parsley. These herbs served dual purposes, providing both flavoring for food and maintaining the traditional monastic connection to healing and medicine. The concept of feast days also evolved during the late medieval period. While earlier monasteries had observed feast days with slightly larger portions of the same basic foods, later communities began preparing genuinely special meals for important religious celebrations. These feast day menus might include roasted meats, sweet preparations made with honey, and even early forms of what we might recognize as desserts. Dairy production improved significantly in many monasteries during this time. Better understanding of cheese-making processes led to the development of monastery-specific varieties that could be aged and stored for longer periods. These cheeses provided crucial protein and fat during winter months when other food sources were scarce. The influence of pilgrimage culture also affected monastic food preparation. Monasteries that served as stops along major pilgrimage routes found themselves needing to provide meals for travelers, which encouraged the development of more standardized and palatable food preparation methods. These external pressures gradually improved the overall quality of monastic cuisine. Water quality improvements made substantial differences in food preparation. Many monasteries invested in better well systems and water purification methods during this period, recognizing that clean water was essential for both cooking and brewing. The improved water quality made soups less likely to cause illness and allowed for better bread preparation. Despite these improvements, it's important to note that monastic food remained relatively simple compared to secular aristocratic cuisine. The changes represented evolution rather than revolution, with monasteries finding ways to improve nutrition and palatability while maintaining their fundamental commitment to simplicity and avoiding luxury. Regional variations became more pronounced during this period as well. Monasteries in different areas began developing distinctive local approaches to food preparation, influenced by available ingredients, local cooking traditions, and specific community needs. This regional diversity marked a significant departure from the more uniform approaches of earlier centuries. The late medieval period thus represents a crucial transition in monastic food culture, setting the stage for even more dramatic changes that would come with the Renaissance and Reformation periods. These gradual improvements in food quality and preparation methods reflected broader changes in medieval society as communities adapted to new circumstances while maintaining their essential spiritual commitments. Behind the stone walls of medieval monasteries lay carefully tended gardens that served as both practical necessity and spiritual metaphor. These enclosed spaces represented paradise on earth, where monks could cultivate not only vegetables and herbs, but also their souls through the meditative act of gardening. The typical monastic garden followed a precise layout that had remained unchanged for centuries. At the center stood a well or fountain, symbolizing the source of life flowing from God. 4 main paths radiated outward, dividing the garden into quadrants that represented the 4 rivers of Eden. This wasn't mere decoration. It was theology made manifest in soil and stone. Each section served a specific purpose in the monastery's daily life. The vegetable garden, or hortus, provided the bulk of the community's food supply. Here, monks grew cabbages that could be stored through winter, onions that added flavor to their bland porridge, and leeks that appeared in nearly every soup. These weren't the tender varieties we know today, but hardy, sometimes bitter plants that could survive harsh weather and poor soil. Brother gardeners rose before dawn to tend their plots, viewing each planted seed as an act of faith. They would carefully prepare beds, using techniques passed down through generations of monastic communities. The soil was enriched with compost made from kitchen scraps, animal waste, and rotting vegetation, a process that required patience and understanding of natural cycles. The herb garden, or herbularius, held equal importance, but served different needs. Here grew the medicinal plants that kept the community healthy when physicians were scarce and expensive. Monks cultivated feverfew for headaches, chamomile for digestive troubles, and countless other healing herbs. These same plants often found their way into the kitchen, adding both flavor and supposed health benefits to otherwise monotonous meals. Monastery gardens also featured fruit trees planted along walls and in protected corners. Apple trees provided fruit that could be stored in cellars or dried for winter consumption. Pear trees offered sweet relief from the endless succession of grain-based meals. These fruits were precious commodities, often reserved for feast days or to honor important visitors to the monastery. The work of gardening followed the rhythm of the seasons and the monastery's prayer schedule. Monks would plant by the lunar calendar, believing that certain phases of the moon affected plant growth. They would bless their seeds before planting and offer prayers of thanksgiving at harvest time. This integration of spiritual practice with practical work exemplified the monastic ideal of ora et labora, pray and work. Water management in monastic gardens required considerable engineering skill. Monks designed elaborate systems of channels and cisterns to collect rainwater and direct it where needed. Some monasteries built fish ponds that served dual purposes, providing protein for the table and water for irrigation during dry spells. These ponds were stocked with carp, pike, and other freshwater fish that could survive in relatively small spaces. The preservation of garden produce occupied much of the monks' attention during harvest season. They developed sophisticated techniques for extending the life of their crops. Cabbages were buried in sand, apples were wrapped individually and stored in cool cellars, and herbs were dried in bundles hung from rafters. Root vegetables like turnips and parsnips were left in the ground and harvested as needed throughout winter. Seed saving represented both practical necessity and sacred duty. Monks carefully selected the best specimens from each crop to provide seeds for the following year. This process required deep knowledge of plant characteristics and breeding. Over generations, monastic communities developed varieties specifically adapted to their local conditions and needs. The monastic garden also served educational purposes. Young novices learned about plant identification, seasonal cycles, and the properties of various herbs through hands-on experience. This knowledge was carefully recorded in manuscripts that preserved agricultural wisdom for future generations. Some of these texts, beautifully illuminated with detailed botanical illustrations, survive to this day. Whether posed constant challenges to monastic gardeners, late frosts could destroy tender seedlings, droughts could wither established plants, and excessive rain could rot crops in the field. Monks developed various strategies to protect their gardens, including the use of cold frames, protective walls, and careful site selection to maximize favorable microclimates. The spiritual dimension of gardening permeated every aspect of monastic horticulture. Monks saw parallels between tending plants and tending souls. Just as gardens required constant attention, weeding, and nurturing, so too did spiritual development demand daily care and cultivation. The cycle of planting, growth, harvest, and rest mirrored the Christian understanding of life, death, and resurrection. Some monasteries became renowned for particular specialties grown in their gardens. Certain communities developed reputations for exceptional apples, others for rare medicinal herbs, and still others for vegetables of unusual size or flavor. These specialties sometimes became sources of income when surplus produce was sold at local markets. The tools used in monastic gardens were simple but effective. Hand-forged spades, hoes, and pruning knives served for generations when properly maintained. Monks took pride in caring for their tools, seeing them as extensions of their hands in the sacred work of cultivation. Tool maintenance was itself a form of meditation, requiring patience and attention to detail. Despite their best efforts, monastic gardeners faced the same crop failures that plagued all medieval agriculture. Blights, pests, and unseasonable weather could destroy months of careful work in days. When gardens failed, monasteries faced the grim prospect of purchasing expensive food from outside sources, or enduring even more severe dietary restrictions than usual. The layout and management of monastic gardens influenced secular gardening practices throughout medieval Europe. Nobles and wealthy merchants often hired former monks or sought advice from monastery gardeners when establishing their own estates. The organized, systematic approach developed in monastic communities gradually spread to improve agricultural practices across the continent. As you drift toward sleep, imagine the quiet satisfaction of a medieval monk walking through his garden at twilight, checking the progress of his carefully tended plants. The day's work is done, evening prayers await, and tomorrow will bring new opportunities to nurture both crops and spirit in the peaceful enclosure of the monastery garden. As we've explored throughout this gentle journey into the world of medieval monasteries, the food consumed by these religious communities was deliberately austere, restricted, and often unpleasant by modern standards. From the coarse, heavy bread that formed the foundation of every meal to the simple pottages made from boiled vegetables and legumes, monastic cuisine was designed not to please the palate, but to sustain the body while subduing worldly desires. The rule of St. Benedict and similar monastic guidelines created a framework where food was viewed primarily as necessary fuel for prayer and work, rather than a source of pleasure or comfort. This philosophical approach to eating shaped every aspect of monastic food culture, from the timing of meals to the methods of preparation. The unappetizing nature of monastic food wasn't an unfortunate side effect of medieval limitations, but rather an intentional feature of a system that viewed sensual pleasure, even in something as basic as eating, as spiritually dangerous. The constant cycle of fasting and restricted eating created a state of chronic mild hunger for many monks, particularly those engaged in physical labor or younger members of the community. This perpetual hunger was considered spiritually beneficial, helping to focus the mind on prayer and contemplation rather than bodily satisfaction. The silence maintained during meals, the prohibition against meat from four-footed animals, and the emphasis on simple preparation methods all reinforced the idea that food should be consumed with minimal attention or enjoyment. The seasonal variations in monastic diets created additional challenges, with winter months bringing particular hardship as communities relied heavily on stored grains, dried legumes, and preserved foods that had lost much of their flavor and nutritional value. The storage problems endemic to medieval monasteries meant that even carefully preserved foods often became partially spoiled, rancid, or contaminated before consumption. Monks regularly had to eat food that was on the edge of spoilage rather than waste precious resources, creating a dining experience that would be considered intolerable by modern standards. The lack of refrigeration and limited preservation techniques meant that much of what monks consumed bore little resemblance to fresh food in terms of taste, texture, or nutritional content. Regional differences created some variation in monastic diets, with Mediterranean monasteries having access to olive oil and citrus fruits, while northern European houses relied more heavily on beer, butter, and root vegetables. However, these regional adaptations still operated within the same framework of restriction and simplicity that characterized monastic food everywhere. Coastal monasteries might have more access to fish, while inland houses developed expertise in freshwater fishing and foraging. But the common experience across all regions was one of deliberate limitation and subordination of food pleasure to spiritual goals. Even the wealthiest monasteries maintained dietary restrictions that would seem severe by secular standards of their time. The use of food as penance within monastic communities added another layer of unpleasantness to an already austere system. Monks who violated community rules might be placed on bread and water diets for extended periods, or denied the better portions of communal meals as punishment for their infractions. This punitive aspect of food created psychological associations between unpleasant eating experiences and moral correction, reinforcing the idea that enjoying food was spiritually suspect. The abbot's authority to impose dietary restrictions as discipline made food a constant tool for maintaining hierarchy and order within the monastery, adding stress and anxiety to what was already a challenging eating environment. The periodic famines and food shortages that affected medieval Europe created additional hardships for monastic communities, though they were often better positioned than surrounding populations to weather these crises. During severe shortages, even the normally restricted monastic diet became further limited, with emergency foods like bark bread and foraged wild plants sometimes necessary for survival. These experiences of extreme scarcity reinforced the monastic emphasis on self-sufficiency and careful resource management, but also created traumatic memories that shaped communities' relationships with food for generations. The psychological impact of living through famine while bound by vows preventing departure created unique stresses within monastic walls. The reform movements that periodically swept through medieval monasticism often focused on diet as a key area where communities had strayed from their original austerity. The Cistercians, Carthusians, and other reform orders instituted even stricter dietary rules than their predecessors, eliminating foods like eggs, cheese, and white bread that had been permitted under earlier interpretations of monastic rules. These reforms created cycles where dietary restrictions would gradually relax over time, only to be dramatically tightened by new waves of reformers seeking to return to authentic monastic simplicity. Each reform movement temporarily created even more austere and unpleasant eating conditions as communities sought to demonstrate their their spiritual commitment through dietary sacrifice. The charitable obligations of monasteries created additional complexity in their food systems, as communities had to balance their own needs against their duties to feed the poor and provide hospitality to travelers. The food distributed as charity was typically of even lower quality than what the monks themselves consumed, consisting of coarser bread, thinner pottage, and smaller portions. This charitable function, while spiritually important, created tension during times of scarcity when monasteries struggled to meet both their own needs and their obligations to the surrounding community. The quality of charitable food reflected the same principles of simplicity and restriction that governed monastic meals, ensuring that even acts of generosity reinforced the broader message about the spiritual dangers of food pleasure. By the later medieval period, many monasteries had begun to relax their dietary restrictions, introducing separate dining facilities for senior monks and allowing the consumption of meat in designated buildings called misericords. These changes reflected both the increasing wealth of established monasteries and a gradual shift away from the intense asceticism of earlier centuries. However, these relaxations also generated controversy and criticism from both secular observers and reform-minded monks who saw dietary indulgence as evidence of spiritual corruption. The tension between the ideal of simple, austere food and the reality of increasingly elaborate monastic dining would eventually contribute to the broader critiques of monastic life that fed into the Protestant Reformation. The monastic approach to food reveals much about medieval Christianity's complex relationship with the physical world, acknowledging the necessity of bodily sustenance while remaining deeply suspicious of bodily pleasure. This philosophical framework created a food culture that was unique in its systematic rejection of sensual enjoyment, even in something as fundamental as eating. The daily experience of consuming deliberately bland, monotonous, and often unpleasant food served as a constant reminder of spiritual priorities and worldly renunciation. For medieval monks, every meal was an opportunity to practice self-denial and focus attention on spiritual rather than material concerns. These dietary practices shaped not only the physical health of monastic communities, but their spiritual experience as well, creating embodied reminders of their commitment to asceticism and their rejection of worldly pleasures. The constant awareness of hunger, the discipline required to eat in silence, and the acceptance of unappetizing food all contributed to a distinctive monastic consciousness that set these communities apart from the broader medieval world. The food culture of medieval monasteries represents one of history's most systematic attempts to use diet as a tool for spiritual transformation, creating eating practices that were deliberately designed to be unpleasant and restrictive. The next time you enjoy a varied, flavorful meal or select food, based on personal preference rather than religious rule. Perhaps take a moment to appreciate how profoundly different our relationship with food is from that of medieval monks. Consider how fortunate we are to live in an age where food can be enjoyed without spiritual suspicion, where variety and taste are celebrated rather than constrained by religious obligation. The monastic experience reminds us that our modern freedom to eat for pleasure, to choose foods based on taste and preference, and to view meals as social and enjoyable experiences, represents a fundamental shift in how human beings relate to one of life's most basic necessities. Understanding the food culture of medieval monasteries also provides insight into the broader social and economic structures of medieval Europe. These religious communities were often major landowners and agricultural producers, yet their own consumption patterns deliberately rejected the abundance they helped create. The irony of monasteries that produced fine wines, raised quality livestock, and maintained productive gardens, while their inhabitants subsisted on deliberately austere fare, reflects the complex relationship between spiritual ideals and economic reality in medieval society. This contradiction between productive capacity and restrictive consumption created unique tensions within monastic communities. As monks worked to produce foods they were forbidden to enjoy. The medical understanding of the time also influenced monastic dietary practices, with the humoral theory of medicine suggesting that different foods affected the body's spiritual and physical balance. Monks believed that rich, flavorful foods heated the blood and encouraged lustful thoughts, while simple, bland foods promoted spiritual contemplation and physical purity. This medical framework provided additional justification for dietary restrictions that went beyond mere asceticism, creating a systematic approach to food that claimed scientific as well as spiritual authority. The intersection of medieval medicine and monastic theology created eating practices that were believed to optimize both bodily health and spiritual development. The psychological effects of prolonged dietary restriction on monastic communities were significant but rarely documented in contemporary sources. Modern understanding of nutrition suggests that the chronic mild malnutrition experienced by many medieval monks would have affected their cognitive function, emotional stability, and physical health in ways that medieval people couldn't fully comprehend. The combination of restricted calories, limited dietary variety, and frequent fasting likely created states of mental and physical stress that were interpreted as spiritual trials rather than nutritional deficiencies. These physiological effects of poor diet may have contributed to the intense religious experiences and mystical visions reported by some medieval monks. The seasonal rhythms of monastic life were intimately connected to food availability and agricultural cycles, creating annual patterns of relative abundance and scarcity. that shaped community life. The harvest season brought temporary improvements in diet quality and quantity, while the lean months of late winter and early spring tested communities' storage systems and preservation techniques. These cyclical variations in food security created shared experiences of hardship and relief that bound monastic communities together, fostering solidarity through collective endurance of dietary challenges. The anticipation of better food during certain seasons provided psychological relief during the most difficult periods of restriction. The role of food in monastic hospitality created additional complexity in communities' relationship with their dietary restrictions. The obligation to provide better meals for guests than monks consumed themselves meant that monastery kitchens regularly prepared foods that the resident community was forbidden to enjoy. This daily reminder of what they had renounced served as a constant test of monastic commitment, as the aroma of roasted meat and fresh bread prepared for visitors filled spaces where monks subsisted on pottage and coarse bread. The psychological challenge of preparing appealing food while maintaining personal dietary restrictions required significant spiritual discipline. The gradual evolution of monastic dietary practices over the medieval period reflects broader changes in European society, including increasing urbanization, improved agricultural techniques, and growing commercial networks. As monasteries became more integrated into regional economies and political structures, maintaining the extreme dietary restrictions of earlier centuries became increasingly difficult. The tension between maintaining authentic ascetic practices and adapting to changing social conditions created ongoing debates within monastic communities about the proper relationship between spiritual ideals and practical necessities. These debates often centered on food as a tangible symbol of broader questions about monastic identity and purpose. The legacy of medieval monastic food culture extended far beyond monastery walls, influencing secular attitudes toward diet, fasting, and the spiritual significance of eating. The monastic emphasis on simple, unadorned food contributed to broader Christian traditions of dietary restriction during Lent and other penitential periods. The idea that pleasure in food was spiritually dangerous shaped popular culture and religious practice throughout medieval Europe, creating attitudes toward eating that persisted long after the medieval period ended. Even today, many religious traditions maintain echoes of these medieval monastic approaches to food and fasting. The preservation of monastic dietary rules in written form provides modern historians with detailed insights into medieval attitudes toward food, body, and spirit that might otherwise be lost. These regulations reveal not only what monks ate, but how they thought about eating, offering windows into medieval consciousness that complement other historical sources. The careful attention paid to dietary details in monastic rules demonstrates how central food was to medieval religious life, serving as both practical necessity and powerful symbol of spiritual commitment. These documents continue to inform our understanding of how medieval people navigated the complex relationship between physical and spiritual needs. As we conclude this exploration of medieval monastic food culture, it's worth reflecting on how these historical practices illuminate enduring human questions about the relationship between physical pleasure and spiritual development. While few modern people would choose to adopt the extreme dietary restrictions of medieval monks, their experiences offer insights into how food choices can reflect and shape our deepest values and commitments. The monastic experiment with systematic dietary restriction represents one of history's most sustained attempts to use eating practices as tools for spiritual transformation, creating a unique laboratory for exploring fundamental questions about human nature and desire. The story of medieval monastic food ultimately reminds us that eating is never simply about nutrition or survival, but always involves complex cultural, spiritual, and psychological dimensions that reflect our deepest beliefs about what it means to be human. Whether we eat for pleasure, health, social connection, or spiritual discipline, our food choices express our values and shape our experience of the world. The medieval monks who chose to make their meals deliberately unpleasant were participating in this same fundamental human activity of using food to express meaning and purpose, even if their specific choices seem foreign to modern sensibilities. Thank you for joining me on this gentle journey through the deliberately unappetizing world of medieval monastic cuisine. May your own meals be filled with the flavors, variety, and pleasure that medieval monks deliberately chose to renounce. And may you find in that contrast a deeper appreciation for both the abundance of modern life and the spiritual dedication of those who chose a different path. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be more comfortable than a medieval monk's hunger-sharpened sleep on a straw mattress after a meal of coarse